Councilmember, Board Member Watanabe.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember, Board Member Park.
Here.
Mayor, Vice Mayor and Chair Jane.
Here.
Councilmember, Board Member Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
And let the record reflect that Councilmember, Board Member Shahal is absent this evening.
All right, is there a motion to excuse Councilmember Chahal?
Motion to excuse Councilmember Chahal.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Councilmember Park to excuse Councilmember Chahal. Roll call vote, please. Oh, Councilmember Park?
Your
Yeah.
iPads should have for your vote.
I don't have that. I'm not on the Granix network either.
Yes, I said roll call vote. There's 5 of
see.
us that can vote, but one you will have to call for his vote.
Correct. Councilmember Park, can you please cast your vote?
Yes.
And that passes 5 or 6 with 1 absent. So we have several items on closed session. Is there any member of the public that would like to speak on any item pertaining to closed session? I don't see any. Assistant City Clerk, do you see any requests to speak on regarding closed session items?
I do not see any hands, and what I have under this public comment will be saved for public presentation.
Public presentations. All right, thank you very much. We will adjourn to closed session, and we will be back here at 6 p.m. for our study session. Thank you.
Good evening for everyone who is waiting for council meeting to begin at 6. The council has just resumed their closed session and will be in open session to begin the study session at 6:15. So please stay tuned. They will be starting at 6:15.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to welcome you back to the City Council meeting. We are finished with closed session. So the next item is any public comment. Is that right, Assistant? No. Okay. All right. I can go straight to the study session. Very good. Okay. So I'm going to call the meeting back to order, and we are going to start with our study session, the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority presentation on the architecture and site layout of the proposed Santa Clara BART station. So I see we have our Director of Public Works here. Is it working?
There we go. All right.
Oh, I
Good
didn't know I could
evening,
control it up here. Yahoo. Okay.
Perfect. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works. And so this next item is a study session for the VTA BART project, and specifically centered around the Santa Clara BART station. And the VTA was here earlier in the year, and we had a similar study session to go over the project, to go over the schedule. And based on that study session, there were some questions about the architecture and site layout. And so VTA promised to address those items at a future study session. They went back and pulled together information. And so they're here tonight virtually to present. And so I'm going to turn it over to Takias Selpias, who is the Chief BART Delivery Officer for the VTA. And he can introduce his team, and then they will go through the presentation. And what I've advised them is they have about no more than 25 minutes to get through their presentation, because I want to be able to answer all your questions. So with that, I will turn it over to Takis.
Craig, thank you so much. Madam Mayor, good evening. Good to see you again.
Good
Council
evening.
members, city staff. We're making terrific progress. I'm pretty sure you follow the news. For that, tonight I would like to finish and have, like Craig said, the design review with all of you on the station, on your station, because we are moving full speed ahead to finish the construction documents and to solicit the bids by the end of this summer. For that, thank you again for providing the time to be here. And I wanted to really refresh your memory from last Thursday, a very significant accomplishment by the VTA Board of Directors. We are really awarding the first construction contract for the tunnel. And as you heard probably on last Thursday, that's a progressive design build contract. The Kiewit Scsa trailer team, known as KSTJV, are the successful contractors. For that, like I said, the tunnel now is on its way to construction. Yes, we do have a lot of hoops to jump, always. The second will be the systems contract. That is all the electronics we need for the operation of the trains. And the Santa Clara station and the New Hall Yard, it will be contract number 3. And like I said, the end of the summer. I have with me some of the best people in the transit business, and I like to introduce them one by one. You know my Director of External Affairs, Bernice Alanis. You're gonna hear from her shortly. I have my project manager for this project, Sarah Herson, over there. Yes, Erica Rocks. She is working non-stop. She has become our go-to person for the Santa Clara station. Also, I have Peter is here, our architect. Peter, good to see you. And I have also Craig Thibault, our deputy project manager and project engineer. And who did I leave out? I hope I didn't leave anybody out from our team. For that, I don't have anything more to add. Craig and I agree, 25 minutes and we are done. And I will pass it to Bernice, and from Bernice to Erica, and we'll go get on with it. Bernice?
Well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to present an update on the Santa Clara Station and Yard. Next slide, please, Erica. We are going to, in today's agenda, go over a little brief recap of the previous study session we did back in January rather. Go over a project overview, a little bit on the transit infrastructure design process, and then the next steps. So I wanted to do a little recap of where we landed at the end of the January study session. As of today, the design is fixed, and we're here today to walk you through the options that we studied to land on the design that we're including in the upcoming RFP. Just wanted to recap some of the coordination efforts that we've had with the city of Santa Clara, and that was development of the cooperative agreements. We have the master agreement. We're working on subsequent co-op agreements, review of the contract package, draft RFP documents, station access and circulation, and a construction education and outreach program that we've worked with them on. Next slide, please. This is our project overview. As you can see, the alignment here is shown with the orange and the light blue. It is the Bart Silicon Valley Phase 2 extension is a 6-mile project with 4 stations. Those stations are in the blue boxes with the navy blue squares. There are going to be 4 contracts that this program will be comprised of. As Takas mentioned, last Thursday night, we awarded the first stage for the tunnel and track work contract. That sort of lays the foundation for the entire project. We have 3 other contracts, the systems, and that final draft RFP was issued April 2022. And then we have the San Jose stations contracts for the 3 stations that are above ground head houses with below ground. And then we have the new haul yard in Santa Clara Station, which we will be talking about today. Next slide, please. So as previously shared, VTA has applied for federal funding through the Federal Transit Administration Expedited Project Delivery Pilot Program, or we call it EPD. Last October, VTA received a letter of intent from the FTA. That letter announced FTA's intent to obligate up to 25% of the project cost, and that VTA would have up to 2 years to satisfy the requirements of that LOI. So we have until up to October of 2023. The FTA's risk assessment, and I'm sure that you have heard, has provided a probabilistic project cost of $9.18 billion. With the LOI in effect, VTA is proceeding to establish a refined cost estimate that will be based on actual construction bids, like the contract that we awarded for tunnel and track work. Prior to the stage 2, we'll get a more cost firm estimate as well as a schedule. VTA is advancing the project activities with pre-award authority to incur costs for engineering services, early construction work, utility relocation, real estate acquisition, and other non-construction activities, such as procurement of equipment and long lead items. Next slide, Erica. So I wanted to touch base on the process that transit infrastructure design goes through. It differs from that of private developments. Private commercial development starts with zoning, and zoning says, for instance, that a hotel or a mixed-use development can be proposed. Then comes a 3D model, and the public can provide input on the ground floor retail, size, shape, safety concerns. With transit projects, it's almost the exact opposite of that. The public votes up or down on the alignment in the stations, and then yes to a sales tax measure for the funding. And then in this case, Bart and FTA and operations staff dive into making the alignment in the stations meet all the life, safety, and operational requirements. In this case, because of the way this approach is done, the public may not feel quite as engaged on decisions about access, station orientation, concourse location, stairways, emergency egress. All of these things we are designing to operational requirements and imperatives before engagement can occur related to station aesthetics. At that point, that's where we are now at the end of a preliminary engineering and design in the procurement. The station design is set, and as we discussed at our last update to council in January. Now I'm going to turn it over to Erica, who's going to walk you through the station designs and the options that we've explored to get to the point we are today.
Thank you, Bernice. We're going to start off in the environmental document. When we got our environmental clearance in 2018, the ground level station was at the end of Brokaw Road with access via an underground concourse from the existing pedestrian undercrossing on the west and via a new ramp east of the station platform down to the undercrossing. VTA committed to shifting all facilities onto VTA-owned property so as to not impact Apple's research and development facility, which required a significant change in the design for the station, parking, as well as storage yard and maintenance facility to accommodate all the facilities within our property. As we were looking through being able to do so, we took into consideration where the patrons are anticipated to be coming from and their mode of access. To orient you all on the graphic here, Brokaw Road is on the right side of the screen and Coleman Avenue would be on the bottom of the screen, and the existing rail corridor would be on the top of the screen. So 31% of the patrons are anticipated to be coming from the west through the pedestrian undercrossing. 15% will be coming from the north, and 53% will be coming from the south. And about 1% are anticipated to travel through the Gateway Crossings development from the bus stops on Coleman Avenue. So in summary, 69% of all patrons will be accessing the station from the east side, and 31% of the patrons will be accessing the station from the west side. So in addition to looking at where the patrons will be coming from, in order to locate the station, the parking garage, the maintenance facility, and storage tracks, we had to meet all of these design requirements and constraints. As you can see, there's several BART operational requirements that we need to meet in order for the system to function, including providing a single center platform with 2 mainline tracks. The platform needs to be able to accommodate a 10-car train, which is about 700 feet long. And generally, BART's platforms can't share with commuter rail due to different rail gauges and platform heights, as well as different fare systems and passenger monitoring. In addition, there are other National Fire Protection Association standards, as well as requirements, commitments from our environmental document and other design criteria that we have to meet. Now, after it was determined that we could fit all of our facilities or our elements onto existing VTA property south of Brokaw Road, we explored several design options. And now I'm going to walk through the main designs that were explored and talk through the distinguishing characteristics and the issues that we ran into. For each option, I'm going to quickly orient you with a plan view and then walk through the design on the cross section on the following slide. So the first design explored with the station and facilities on VTA property was the same configuration as the environmental document, with an underground concourse for a ground level platform. So to orient you all on this graphic, Brokaw Road is on the right side of the page. The Gateway Crossings development would be at the bottom of the page, as well as Coleman Avenue, and the existing rail corridor is along the top of the page. To access the underground concourse, passengers will enter one of the 2 red arrows on the east and west side of the station. They then continue through the fare gates, which are shown in pink, to the paid concourse, which is shown in light blue, where they travel up to the ground level platform. I also wanted to point out quickly on this graphic that at the end of Brokaw Road, there'll be a new joint maintenance fire access road that will circle the yard and maintenance facility. They'll be utilized by emergency and service vehicles as needed to access the maintenance facility, which is included in all the design options and comes into play. So here's a cross section of this option, the underground option, looking southeast from Brokaw. So if you're entering from the east side from Champions Way, which is denoted with the number 1, passengers will approach the escalators, elevators, and stairs, denoted as number 2, to descend to the underground concourse, which is denoted as 3. Patrons coming from the parking garage, which is located over Bart storage tracks, which are denoted number 4, will have to travel through the multi-level garage to street level and then descend via the escalators, elevators, and stairs at number 2 down to the concourse. From the pedestrian undercrossing and destination or origins to the west, which is coming through number 8, passengers will enter the west station entrance, number 7, and take the ramp or stairs down to arrive at the underground concourse, which requires patrons to travel down through a stairs or a ramp. From there, passengers will enter the fare gates shown in the middle and use stairs, elevators, or escalators to ascend to the paid ground level passenger platform, which is denoted as 5. Some of the issues associated with this design are that, as you can see, the underground concourse is not at the same elevation as the existing pedestrian undercrossing. It's at least 5 feet lower because of the deep structures of the rail yard. It requires elevators or a long ramp or stairs to access the underground concourse. There's multiple cables and underground electrical conduits and such located within the trackway area, which make the depth even farther below, which offsets the depth from the existing undercrossing. In addition, there are some accessibility concerns, with the accessible parking being 2 levels above the concourse. Bart is also actively trying to reduce the amount of underground concourses for ground level platforms, and having the large underground unpaid area requires additional safety and security. In addition, an underground concourse requires a ventilation system for public areas underground that is not required for other options. To summarize this option, the underground concourse with direct access to the pedestrian undercrossing requires patrons to go down under the tracks to go back up to the ground level platform. And the issues listed here are those that I just walked through on the previous slide, related to elevation, accessibility, additional safety and security, and a ventilation system required. Once we determined the underground concourse had major issues, we looked at an end of a platform ground level concourse, which required no vertical circulation. To access the ground level passenger platform, passengers would make their way to the north side of the station along Brokaw Road, walk through the pedestrian plaza shown in green, and enter the unpaid ground level concourse shown in dark blue before arriving at the fare gates, which are shown in pink. And again, we have the joint maintenance fire access road adjacent here that I mentioned earlier. Passengers from Origins to the east, this is the same direction looking southeast from Brokaw, so passengers from the east as well as from the parking garage will make their way to the north pedestrian plaza along Brokaw Road to enter the ground level unpaid concourse. So they'd be traveling past one to enter the pedestrian. The concourse is about where number 2 is. From the pedestrian undercrossing, passengers will make their way up the existing ramp, which is shown as number 5. The offset is that's the bottom of the ramp there. So it comes up to grade, at the end of the plaza along Brokaw Road to where they would enter the ground level unpaid concourse. From there, passengers would enter the fare gates and proceed to the paid ground level passenger platform, which is shown as number 4. Some of the major issues we ran into with this design is that it's not possible to fit all of the required facilities at grade within the footprint of VTA-owned property. More space is required in the case of trains overrunning the end of the platform for safety reasons, and further shifting of the station platform to the south is not achievable due to the operational constraints from the yard. Additional right-of-way on Brokaw Road would be required, which would impact access to the city's courtyard as well as private property. And the remaining width of Brokaw Road would limit the access for the emergency and service vehicles needing to access that joint maintenance facility road that I mentioned earlier. In addition, there are some safety concerns with patrons queuing at the fare gates adjacent to the emergency vehicle access area to the joint maintenance road. So this quickly became clear that this was not going to be the best option to move forward with. So to summarize, the ground level concourse requires no vertical circulation to the ground level platform. And the issues listed here below are those that I walked through relating to not being able to fit everything, the impacts to access, and the safety concerns. Knowing we couldn't make the ground level concourse fit, we next explored an elevated concourse adjacent to the elevated parking garage on the north side of the concourse. The parking garage requires vehicles to enter and exit via a ramp on Brokaw Road. The eastern station entrance to the elevated concourse is aligned as closely as possible to the Paseo on the Gateway Crossings development, but it's limited by the emergency services requirements associated with the joint maintenance fire road, as you can see in the plan view here. And the western entrance requires patrons to use the undercrossing and then turn right to proceed down towards the stairs and elevators to the elevated concourse. Patrons would then enter the fare gates shown in pink onto the paid elevated concourse and then descend to the ground level platform. So to walk through the cross section here, if you're coming from the east, number 1, patrons would use stairs, elevators, or escalators to travel up to the elevated concourse, which is number 3. Patrons from the parking garage will exit from the bottom level of the garage, which is the same level as the elevated concourse, through the opening shown just to the right of the number 3 shown on the screen. From the pedestrian undercrossing, which is number 8, patrons would turn right and walk towards the western station entrance, denoted as 7. They'd travel up the stairs or elevators, number 6, and arrive at the elevated concourse, which is number 3. From there, all passengers would enter the fare gates and use elevators or stairs to travel down to the ground level platform or escalators. Some of the issues with this design are that the emergency vehicle and service access is severely constrained on Brokaw Road due to the garage ramp being co-located there with the access. The western station entrance is not directly aligned with the undercrossing, which is where 31% of the patrons are expected to be coming from, versus a much lower percentage anticipated to be coming from the Gateway Crossings development. In addition, the garage entrance ramp location is inconvenient for drivers that are dropping off patrons in front of the station and then having to loop back around the block to enter the garage onto Brokaw Road. So to summarize this option, elevated concourse with the eastern entrance near the Gateway Crossings Paseo on Chastain Place includes the parking garage on the north side of the concourse with entry from Brokaw Road. This configuration requires patrons to go up over the storage tracks to go back down to the ground level platform. And the issues listed here are those that we walked through on the previous slide. To further refine this elevated concourse design, we looked at swapping the parking garage to be located on the south side of the elevated concourse. The parking garage requires vehicles to enter and exit via ramp near the bend in Champions Way, which also allows access from Coleman Avenue via Champions Way as well as Brokaw Road. And the western entrance, by flipping the garage, we were able to make it directly align with the pedestrian undercrossing, providing the direct access point to the west. From Champions Way on the east side, walking through the cross section here at number 1, patrons will use the stairs, elevators, or escalators, number 2, to travel up to the elevated concourse, which is number 3. Patrons from the parking garage will enter the elevated concourse at the same level as the bottom floor of the garage through the entrance directly behind the number 3 on the screen. From the pedestrian undercrossing, number 8, patrons will proceed straight into the western station entrance, which is adjacent to the some bicycle storage facilities by number 7, travel up stairs or elevators, which is number 6, and arrive on the elevated concourse, number 3. From there, passengers will enter the fare gates and use the stairs, escalators, or elevators to travel down to the ground level platform, number 5. This design configuration with the elevated concourse and the ground level platform is similar to the Warm Springs BART station. To summarize this option, the elevated concourse with the western entrance directly aligns with the pedestrian undercrossing and includes a parking garage on the south side of the concourse with entry from Champions Way, which provides access from Coleman, either via Champions Way or Brokaw Road, alleviating the need for all traffic to use Brokaw Road. This configuration requires patrons to go up over the storage tracks to go back down to the ground level platform. And this concept of current design is acceptable by VTA, BART, and the Fire, Life, Safety, and Security Committee, and is included in our request for proposals for this contract package. This table summarizes each of the station design's distinguishing features and the reasons why options A, B, and C, the underground, ground level, and the elevated concourse with the garage to the north, were not advanced for consideration. Option D, the elevated concourse with the garage to the south of the concourse, is the design we're moving forward with. The concept for the current design is acceptable, as I mentioned, by VTA, BART, and the Fire, Life, Safety, Security Committee, and is included in our request for proposals. VTA is evaluating enhancing access, pedestrian access from the west side, and the phase 2 project will accommodate provisions for this access, which Bernice will touch on in a few minutes. So as soon as the core station elements were evaluated and developed based on programmatic requirements, VTA went out to the community as soon as we could to gather information on input on station look and feel aesthetics. In summary,
hold on for a second. I think we have to work against the clock here. Peter, can you go, and Erica, can you guys go quickly on this the next 5 minutes and then allow time for all the questions? Could you please?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, let's get going.
Great. So we did some engagement. We convened design review committees where we had several meetings, and then we went out to the public where we engaged via an online platform and some pop-ups to get information. With that, I'm going to pass it off to Peter.
Thanks, Erica. Okay, I will try and be quick, but happy to answer questions at the end as they arise. Here we're just showing other BART stations just to put this into context and show some of the key station requirements that we need to think about: passenger experience, durability of materials, the cost and efficiency of layouts, as well as thinking about the station as a gateway to the city and something, a point of arrival, which is critical. Next. And then what I was going to do is just kind of build up kind of the elements from the blank site onto the station. So here you have the existing yard layout and the platform configuration that was developed. We then looked at trying to do the at-grade option, as Erica mentioned, but that was eliminated due to space constraints. So we really focused on trying to make the most direct connection through the concourse from the existing tunnel. And then if you go to the next slide, it became clear that based on the space that was remaining, the parking garage had a very efficient layout and fit very well onto the site on the left-hand side, which is the southern side, and the back of house facilities on the right-hand side. Now, both of those are very kind of critical elements that have very efficient and practical considerations in terms of efficiency of layouts and clearances around equipment and other things which had to be taken into account. So, we had a somewhat constrained site, but what we did was we used those two elements to act as buffers to both the noise and visibility into the yards, and actually act as a backdrop to the more public-facing aspects of the station, which are the concourse and the platforms. If you go to the next slide. So that's really where we focused most of our architectural design energy is in making these public spaces as beautiful as possible, as transparent as possible. So drawing people in and making the passenger circulation and wayfinding as intuitive as possible. We did also take on board a lot of the comments and feedback that we got both through the design review committee process and the social pinpoint in material selections and the use of color. Next. And then we also are trying to use that canopy really as like a unifying element which draws people in from both sides. It's visible from the Caltrain station and the Santa Clara side, as well as from this entrance off of Champions Way, and it draws you into the station and through that public concourse, which can be used by passengers or non-passengers, as well as into the platforms and the station proper. Next. So as mentioned before, we went through a design review committee process, which had various stakeholders, both from the city and the community, and received quite a bit of feedback, which we incorporated into the design. Next. And then we also went out to the community with this social pinpoint and got a lot of comments back from the public on the designs of the stations. And we incorporated as much of that feedback as we could, like the provision for future retail along that concourse, or the idea of potentially putting solar panels on the roof elements in the future. Next. And then there were some elements that we could not incorporate because of either restrictions from NFPA or Bart or the other operational requirements that Bernice and Erica mentioned, things like combustible materials we couldn't use within the station. Next. And then there's also a lot of great community feedback and ideas that we think are potentially possible to still integrate into the design of the station. We're still at this, early stage of the design where there will be a design builder that comes on and takes these concepts and develops them to a construction level. And, there will be further design review committee engagement in which more feedback can be discussed. And so there are certain things that we certainly would like to develop further and have not precluded from the design, but are still opportunities to be taken in the future. So I think with that, I'll pass it back to Bernice for the next slide, which also talks about some of those future opportunities.
Bernice, are you there?
Can get off my mute. Thanks.
Oh,
Sorry
there you
about
go.
that.
That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah. So this is while we are at the end of the planning and engineering and procurement phase for the CP3 contract, and that's based on that ground level platform with an above ground concourse. I just want to emphasize that we could, as a concurrent non-project activity, make accommodations to facilitate a future connection to enhance the access for pedestrians coming from the west side. That won't be included as part of the CP3 RFP, but it could be constructed in a way, the contract documents, to accommodate that future connection. Next slide, please. So next steps. So as we mentioned, we are now in the end of the planning and procurement phase. The CP3 contract is being procured as a design build contract, allowing for final configurations to be refined and developed with the city review. However, the major station and yard configuration will remain as currently scoped. And you can see that we will have the designs reviewed by the city and finalized before beginning major construction activities in 2025. Next slide, please. Opportunities for community engagement. We anticipate in approximately 6 to 12 months after the contractor's on board that we will research the design review committee and have potential topics such as establishing a sense of place in and around the station, activate the station for a vibrant, enjoyable experience, and integrate the station into the surrounding community. Next slide, Erica. These are ways that you can stay and get involved. We have our VTA.org website. You can follow us on Facebook and Twitter. And we are getting ready to mail out a postcard to all of those residents and businesses that are in close proximity to the alignment in the future station areas, starting to get contact information so we can make sure to keep those that we consider stakeholder level 1 stakeholders informed on all the major construction and general project activities. And I think we are now getting ready to go into the Q&A stage.
Takis, do you have anything to say before we go into Q&A?
To add something, Erica, show to the councilman and to the mayor, go back to the page of the 24, I believe, Erica, where you summarize the 4 design alternatives. Have just 1 minute on that, please. Erica. Okay, Erica and Bernice. The option D is what we include today in our documents. That's our documents under design now. As I told you, we're gonna go on the street. Am I correct, Erica?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Sarah, our project manager, what else we add to this design option as part of our basic procurement?
So we're going to include provisions in the RFP for the accommodation of this, potential, parallel non-project activity being the pedestrian overcrossing adjacent to the station concourse. So we're taking steps right now to make sure that in the RFP documents, there's provisions that the contractor needs to accommodate that future connection while kind of the study happens in parallel to this procurement.
I just want to, Madam Mayor, I wanted to put this in front of all of you. Therefore, if anybody has any questions, we can respond to that. That's all I have. Craig, back to you.
Thank you. That's helpful. Director Mobeck, do you have some comments?
Questions and answers.
Okay. Okay, very good. We'll start with Vice Mayor Jane. Go ahead.
Thank you, Takis, Bernice, and Erica. I am concerned about the starting assumption that you didn't want to impact any of the Apple operations. I believe that Brokaw is a public street, and I don't know why we couldn't have taken some right-of-way on Brokaw to do the at-grade, the ground level concourse. And then I'm really concerned about the fact that there are no escalators or elevators on the Santa Clara side. 31% of the passengers will come from Santa Clara. They will have to use the existing stairs or ramp, which is not a great way to move people. And have you done people movement studies to see where congestion points are and and how that impacts people, because I don't see any, I see lots of elevators and escalators on the San Jose side, but I don't see anything on the Santa Clara side. And I ride public transit a lot, and I've noticed that the current Caltrain station has very little seating for people waiting for trains. And I noticed that on slide 39, you are going to add more seating. I wanted to understand a little bit better about how you decide how much to add. And so I'm really curious about, and then there was a comment about how Bart doesn't like the unpaid underground concourse, where I've gotten different information from Bart folks. Thank you.
So the way we do this is we'll ask all the council members if they have questions, and then we'll go back to VTA staff and possibly our staff to answer any questions that they may have. Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I wanted to go back to slide 40, and where it talked about future east-west pedestrian connection study. I wanted to make certain I understood. You're just saying that you're leaving that out as an option, and it's not within the scope of what you're doing here. And I wanted to make certain I understood for certain what you meant by BSV project. BSV will coordinate with VTA planning. Is that the BART station? I'm not certain, but will the CP3 RFP will not preclude a future connection to the Santa Clara BART station elevated concourse. I want to make certain I understood what you meant by that. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. So Councilmember Hardy kind of just took some of the words out of my mouth. So thank you for doing that. And I want to reiterate about what Councilmember Jane was saying, which is my similar questions about not utilizing Brokaw Road, and also I'd say pedestrian crossings and bike crossings too. And I know a lot of residents spoke to me about connections between Brokaw and the Brokaw connection to the other side into Santa Clara, which I know that's been talked about before too.
Thank you. I would like to know if the timeline has been updated at all for the starting of the construction of BART in Santa Clara. Maybe someone could talk a little bit about the timeline for that. I don't see any other city council questions, so maybe we can go to the VTA staff. Takis,
Madam Mayor?
You can let
Madam
us
Mayor?
know who would be able to answer the questions that you've just heard.
Madam Mayor?
I will, I am the.
Oh, I'm sorry,
master of promotion.
Takis.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, we have a council member that just raised his hand. We have one more. Councilmember Park?
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So I also agree with Vice Mayor Jane. This station is a potential major gateway to the city and a new downtown, and it needs to have more amenities on the west side. I mean, I feel that there'll be a lot of people that ride bikes and scooters. I am a avid bicyclist, not late since I got my electric scooter, but I feel that people who travel, people who make connections, and this connection will take them lots of places. This may be my preferred route to get to some of my destinations. We need to have a lot more amenities on that side. I have a lot of questions about green roof on page 38. You say it's not compatible, but I guess I don't understand why a green roof would not be compatible, because wouldn't that be with the back of the house building roof? Because wouldn't that be a design? Wouldn't that be your decision to ensure that we have something that allows us to have a green roof? I don't understand that comment. If you could explain that. Also, I understand the comment about minimizing cost and optimizing space. They're very important, but creating a future facing, a future looking space, again, it's going to be, for a lot of people, one of the first views of Santa Clara that people will get. I think that this is also very important. I mean, having a drab building, and that drab building is going to stay with us for a long time. And I feel that if we could spend a little bit more time, put a little bit more thought into it, and make the access better and make the looks better, I think that will be, better in the long term. I do see some of the example stations from other cities, other stations, and I think, oh, those are kind of nice. But I do think that as the terminus, and in my city, that this should be something that people want to come to see. I mean, it sounds kind of funny, but it would be even nice if people decided to take Bart to the end of the line, to come to Santa Clara and to, basically see something at the end of the line. It's not just a station along the way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker, is your hand left up?
Yeah, I have an additional question. So looking at some of the aesthetics and looking at the very front of the design, have you considered other trees? Because seeing that you're using palm trees, personally, I know that they don't provide the best shade, and I know that this area is kind of a no tree area currently, and I'd really like to see it have more trees and actual shade. So have you considered other trees besides palm trees? And then the last thing is, it seems like from what I'm hearing from Councilmember Park and some of the other council members is it's basically like take it as it is and we have to live with it kind of situation. Is that kind of what I feel?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, I heard a rumor that Bart or VTA was moving some of the maintenance operations from this area, I think the heavy maintenance, to some other facilities. Is that going to reduce or change the footprint of the maintenance yard?
Okay, Takis, we're ready for you now.
Yes,
Thanks.
Director Jane, I don't have that rumor. I can check out with my counterparts and I'll let you know. I didn't hear any of this. I haven't really discussed with them what they have agreed with ATU, if they split some of the functions here to other facilities. I don't know, Director Jane. I'll find out and you and I can talk about it. I don't know. I wanted to go to some of the questions. Madam Mayor, can I respond first to the question? I know the answer myself. One of the council members said, when you gonna start construction in Santa Clara?
That was me. That was me. Yeah.
Thank you.
That's what I want to know.
Yes, I will tell you. Right now, the schedule I have in front of me, and as I speak to you, I see my schedule right next to the TV here. The end of 24, beginning of 25, I think if everything goes as planned, we should be in construction in your city.
Thank you. Thanks.
Okay. Then I would like to go, I know Director Jane had 2-3 questions, and let's start with Director Jane. Director Jane, you asked the question, why not utilizing the Broco Road? Am I correct? Did I hear that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, for Sarah, do you have that, or Erica? And Bernice, of course.
I think Bernice, Erica, do you want to go through again, some of the constraints that we had in terms of kind of limitations on encroaching into Brokaw Road and access to, to Apple and Costco and adjacent facilities?
Yeah, so in this option, in order to fit all of the facilities, we have it shown here, but this isn't quite accurate for how much space it actually takes up for the amount of space that we need in order to have the safety accommodations, for this being having the platform at the end of this, or the concourse at the end of the platform. In addition, if we push into Brokaw Road, then it limits the access here to the private property and to the city's courtyard, and it also limits the access to get access to this joint maintenance fire road. So those are the reasons why we can't move forward with this option and how it affects Brokaw Road.
Okay, Bernice, Director Jane had a couple more questions. Do you have them?
Yeah.
Okay.
Director Jane, I think you asked if we had done a people movement study. Like, are you referring to access and the loads on the access facilities? Is that what you're?
Yes, I'm asking about a modeling or simulation, knowing that you're going to have this many passengers. What is the congestion points, and how are people going to get up all those ramps and stairs in time to catch their trains?
And Sarah, I know that we did, and Erica, I know that we've done some access studies and modeling, right? And we went through those as we were planning for the access with the city staff, correct?
I mean, yes, when we look through locating our access facilities, you know, we've evaluated that, but we don't have like a simulated model of pedestrian access that we could share, I think, which is what Director Jane, you're requesting.
That's correct. That's correct. It seems like that would be obvious to do.
The other item that Director Jane, you had commented on was the unpaid underground concourse, and that you were getting some conflicting information related to what were the BART requirements, and not that there is, I believe, a specific BART requirement that you can't have any unpaid underground concourses, but that BART is actually shutting off some of the ones they do due to safety and security concerns. So while, and Sarah or Erica weigh in if I am incorrect, that it is not a spelled out BART requirement that you can't, it's just that based on experiences, BART is actually eliminating the certain underground areas that they have because they have become safety and security risks in the system. So that is a discouraging factor to now proceed and build something that could essentially pose some added safety and security concerns.
And I think maybe the disconnect, you know, Director Jane, that you were referring to is that, you know, we've had fairly extensive discussions and coordination with BART on kind of the development of the station and making sure that we're really meeting kind of their current needs in looking at some of the challenges they're having elsewhere on the system. And so one of the really clear, you know, as Bernice indicated, the clear points of feedback we got from them was that they're really looking to minimize underground unpaid areas because that's a challenge for them elsewhere on the system. So the way to, you know, address that is largely to add additional fare arrays, you know, at the different points of access, which, you know, then comes with some additional maintenance and, you know, potentially kind of supervisorial, you know, responsibilities. And that, you know, with fare gates comes the need to, you know, kind of manage access and, you know, potentially another station agent booth, potentially another station agent. It kind of depends on the specific layout and line of sight and all of that. But knowing that that was kind of an overarching goal of BART's, you know, we've tried to work closely with them to, you know, have a layout that really meets their kind of safety and security needs, in addition to kind of some of these fire life safety considerations, and having people be able to egress to kind of an open air point of safety. So I hope that helps explain that a little bit more.
Thank you.
Bernice?
Yeah, the next series of comments and questions, I think that we had several related comments were about the pedestrian overcrossing. I think that Councilmember Hardy had asked what BSV is, and that's Bart Silicon Valley. And so what we were trying to say was that as part of the contract package 3, which is the Santa Clara Station and Yard, that we had not included a pedestrian overcrossing. That's not included in that current package or station design. But what we would do as part of that design is to ensure that the current work on the station and that contract could accommodate a connection that could be done in separate as a companion project. It's how we handled the pedestrian overcrossing at the Milpitas station. We worked with the city of Milpitas and we made the accommodations for that like lifted in bridge to come down and connect to the parking structure. We could, I don't know if we can go back up to that drawing, but we could make an accommodation at the elevated concourse level so that those coming from the west side going up and over the Caltrain tracks could come, and they wouldn't have to go back down and come at the front of the station. They would directly connect to the elevated concourse. So as part of the project, we could accommodate that connection, and then we would work with the city and VTA planning to look at exactly what we could do as far as a pedestrian overcrossing from the west side over and landing down at Brokaw Road.
I think that's an important point, just to make that, you know, we've been designing and working to connect to this existing underground tunnel that goes under the Caltrain station because that exists and because it's an important connection. But we feel like by creating this more open and airy elevated concourse, that, you know, you're potentially creating the opportunity for that connection in the future, which would actually be a much, you know, better and, you know, better user experience, better passenger experience. And, you know, rather than doubling down on the underground solution, you're actually kind of laying the groundwork for what's potentially a better user experience in the future.
And the pink depicts how this would basically go across the tracks, and you could go that the little fork to the left here is where it would connect into the elevated concourse. And you could also come back down at the intersection of Champions Way and Brokaw.
So tangibly, so just to add to that, you know, and I think this is a good kind of layout to speak from, you know, tangibly in this contract, you know, drawings and kind of technical requirements will make provisions that in the future there could be this, you know, continuation of the aerial concourse of the bridge, essentially, that would then connect to this pedestrian overcrossing at Brokaw. So, you know, we'll include in our drawings that there would be, you know, kind of provisions for this structural connection, making sure that foundations are appropriately placed and designed, and that there's the ability, you know, to add on to the structure without you know, too much impact to station day-to-day operations. So that's kind of tangibly what we're talking about here.
Okay, Bernice.
Yeah, I'm looking, the next theme I think was the use of escalators and elements. That comment was made that we had escalators on the east side, but that we did not have escalators on the west side. The escalators on the east side are there to go up and over and accompany the stairs. I believe the comment was related to not having escalators to enter into the underground existing undercrossing on the west side.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, we do have elevators directly in front of the existing tunnel. So you have elevator connection, you have the ramp for people who are on bikes and want to go up and around. And then we also have stairs. And then we also space-proofed for, you know, if escalators were needed in the future, we do have space to place them, but just based on the calculations that we did for circulation, we don't, as we said, we don't have an extensive animated model, but we have done lots of studies in terms of making sure we have space-proofed the access, that could be a provision that's added in the future.
There was a comment by Councilmember Becker on the aesthetics of the front of the station and the palm trees. And I believe that the trees, Peter, correct me and weigh in, but that would be something that the contractor, so there is still an opportunity for tree selection as that contract advances, correct?
Definitely, and we've gotten feedback subsequent to that, doing that visualization, that it's highly likely those will not be palm trees, they'll be something else.
Also,
And
just to
then-
chime in on that a little bit further, the exact location of trees are still to be determined in order to have fire access for emergency services. There may not be trees in that exact location shown in the rendering. So that's all still to be fleshed out in the future.
I have one other comment and question from Councilmember Jane. And that was regarding the yard and heavy maintenance that Bart had switched over some of that. Sarah, can you maybe respond to that?
Yeah, I think to the extent that we have considered the recent and in progress upgrades at the Hayward Maintenance Complex, I think that's already been accommodated in our current yard, but I think Greg can probably speak to that better than I can if you're on, Greg.
Yeah, that's correct. There's been a lot of coordination with the Bart Hayward Maintenance Facility. And some of you might be aware there's a lot of activity happening over at Hayward. So all of those maintenance activities have been already accommodated. And actually, to reduce the footprint that we currently have, we've had to make some accommodations for train storage, vehicle storage, maintenance activities, et cetera, throughout the yard. Within the footprint of the VTA property out there. So all that's essentially been accommodated to date.
And I think the only other item related to greenery and trees was the green roof. And Peter, do you want to?
Yeah, I
respond to that?
can try and respond to that one. I mean, I don't think we were I'm a big fan of green roofs. I wasn't necessarily suggesting to dismiss that completely out of hand, but I think that the feedback was that, you know, there's a series of potential concerns with green roofs, especially on top of the back of house facility, which has a lot of equipment that requires ventilation. So there's a certain amount of openness that's needed there, not to mention the sort of ongoing maintenance issues, which because of the fact that we have VTA and BART kind of working together is more complicated than maybe putting a green roof just on a typical commercial building. And then on the parking garage, likewise, I think we thought that the suggestion of putting PVs on the roof there, it's an open parking garage, so it has to maintain a certain level of openness again, which does not necessarily make it conducive for the green roof. So you know, I totally agree with the comments about wanting it to be a gateway and wanting it to be a destination. And as I tried to explain, we have tried to do our best to make this an amazing station. There's certainly elements of it, like the back of house facility and the parking garage, that have constraints that they need to function and be efficient. But in terms of the passenger facing elements of this station, I think that, you know, there's a great opportunity here to make this an amazing gateway to both Santa Clara and also on the Champions Way side, you know, that both of these can be really beautiful and, you know, architecturally expressive buildings.
Bernice, do you have any other questions from the council?
I think the last question was, I think a question more on aesthetics, and with the design review committee, there will be more opportunities to look at some of the, I guess I want to say not as much of the form, but the skin of the aesthetics. So there can be some opportunities for further input on the aesthetic elements of the stations.
Is that it, Takis?
I don't have any more questions, Madam Mayor.
Oh, okay. Okay, well, we're going to go to the public now, so there might be a few more questions for you, if they weren't all answered before. Okay, so I'm going to start with our public members, John Urban, followed by Jonathan.
Hello, yeah, this is John Urban. Just really disappointed with option D. It's really unfortunate that this design will make people from the west side go down about 15 feet, go under tracks, go up about 35 feet, go over tracks, and then back down. Santa Clara really needs to go ahead and create a downtown, new downtown, and to have people go through that rat maze is very, very unfortunate. That's just my only comment.
Thank you, John. Jonathan, followed by Betsy. Jonathan?
Hello?
Yeah, there you go. Go
Yep.
ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Jonathan Evans, and I'm the president of the Old Quad Residents Association and have participated in the Santa Clara Station CWG and DRC process. The presentation tonight feels like a series of excuses as to why a $9.1 billion project can't get its act together to provide equitable access to transit. It shows that VTA missed multiple opportunities to acquire the necessary property to build an adequate station design. I still don't follow why no attempt has been made to study how much space is needed for an at-grade station at the effects of the Brocar right-of-way impact and the impact on the Apple property. The presentation highlights that the station part of the Santa Clara station is merely an afterthought and that the Newhall Yard is the primary objective. The station is an accessibility mess requiring patrons to travel up and down several levels and recreates and magnifies the mistakes made at Millbrae Station for multimodal transit connectivity. The first the community saw this proposed design was as part of the DRC process, and at that was an exercise in just skinning an already baked design. There was no attempt to reach out on these basic access issues, and the VTA likes to just go back to operational requirements to cover their incompetence with planning this project. This is a bad design, and not the only one as part of this project. The San Jose City Council has previously passed resolutions requesting the VTA improve the connectivity for their stations. And last week, VTA board and San Jose Council members Sam Liccardo, Chappie Jones, and Raul Perales submitted a memo to the VTA board requesting the VTA address connectivity and safety with the downtown and Diridon stations. Why was Santa Clara Station left out? Santa Clara deserves better than the VTA's current effort. I appreciate our council's questions. And while today is just a study session, the City Council must agendize a future discussion about the station's design and pass a resolution calling on VTA to address the failings of their design and submit this to the VTA board, Bart board, and the Federal Transit Authority. Additionally, VTA is also asking for the city to change a development agreement as part of this project, and the city should deny this request if VTA is not willing to adapt. It's not the city's job to clean up VTA's mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Betsy, followed by Rob. Go ahead, Betsy.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Betsy Magus. I am currently serving on the City and VTA BPACs, speaking for myself. This station plan also looks to me like an access, this whole presentation looks to me like access may have been an afterthought after putting things in the space that we thought we had. I am wondering if I'm traveling from Mountain View to, say, Milpitas, whether I'm going to be needing to change trains here or in Diridon, because here looks like kind of a scramble. And I also have experienced the Millbrae station where, I was looking down at a departing Caltrain and then had about 35 minutes to admire the aesthetics of that train station while I waited for the next train. So the other part of the puzzle here is any kind of coordination between the multiple different transit services that will reach this station. I have not seen anything, but are there public restrooms planned for this site at all? And I would like to thank the several council members who have asked questions about access and circulation issues in this design. Thank you.
Thank you. Rob, followed by Adrian.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. Rob Mayer, architect, live in Santa Clara for 20 years. I just want to speak about the form and how it's sad that, as they said in the beginning of this meeting, the design has been fixed from day one. And so I've heard that through multiple meetings, public hearings, pop-ups at the farmers market. And to me, looking at this right now, it looks like, the palm trees are almost indicative of what the design is. To me, it feels 1980s wannabe Art Deco from Miami Beach, if you look at the color tone. And that doesn't fit in Santa Clara. And if you look at this photo, it is a wall that's dividing our new urban village at Gateway Crossing. So a lot of effort went into from our historic Caltrain station. If council, I implore council to ask for better design. If you don't ask, you will not get it. And I know there's a better way. And if San Jose's asking for better design right now or in improvements, then we certainly can. The other thing that I'll bring up is that I'm wondering if it didn't seem like there was one option where you keep the tracks one level below, so they're at the level of the underground connector from Caltrain, sinking that down one level. Seems like it would simplify some things. What else? Alignment with the Paseo. That was an early discussion Adam Thompson I remember with Ron Gollum, while we were talking about the Gateway Crossings project, and that was a key thing, to have the Paseo terminate right into the entry point of the station. So I get that, there's, things that have to be done with the design, but, you can't put a horrible design out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Adrian, followed by Patricia. Go ahead, Adrian.
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I'd like to echo many of the critical, in fact, all the critical comments prior speakers made. It seems like the existing rail station was a complete afterthought. This is exemplified by all the alternative cross-section diagrams completely ignore and do not show the existing tracks and platforms and the elevations along with the alternatives shown. The underground concourse versus existing height issue that staff highlighted with alternative alternative A with the underground concourse. That's an easily solved problem. That's just a way of sandbagging that. Heavy rail is much heavier than Bart, and so there's a number of ways to make those line up, and so that issue falls away. Similarly, with the supposed safety concerns of an underground concourse or mezzanine, what you're talking about is merely an enclosed area that's not a paid area. You have the same issue with your favorite alternative D, with a large unpaid area at an elevated height. Doesn't matter what the height is, it's the same issue. And the reason Bart is having so many problems with that has not to do with the form as much as the location. Those are specifically in San Francisco and in parts of Oakland where those problems are occurring. I do not know or cannot say if it'd be the same in Santa Clara, but the problem does not go away by just saying, oh, we'll put it in the air. If you had to design the station to maximize the inconvenience for the transit user, namely putting form over function, this would be the design. You need to have a comparison of the number of feet and time of walking or transferring between the number of vertical feet people have to make to go from one platform to the other. And this is clearly something that is design, announce, and defend. And it needs to go back to the drawing board. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia, go ahead, Patricia.
Thank you, Mayor Council. Patricia Long, Oakwood board member, Caltrain Citizen Advisory member, and Historical Landmarks Commission chair. Comments tonight are my own. I do want to echo a lot of the critical comments from my previous speakers, and also some of the elevation concerns that Adrian had addressed, so I won't repeat those. About the kind of the underground concourse issue with the security and safety, I wonder why is it okay to build underground stations in San Jose and not with us? I don't know if they deserve maybe VTA doesn't think they deserve more security and safety, so they're okay with it. So, and then looking at some of the through options A through D, looks like all the other options are actually kind of viable, particularly the underground add grade options. Like if they just stop, the VTA staff would just stop making decisions for us and work with us on how to make them viable, and that would be great. I saw that there is a proposal for like a overhead pedestrian crossing. I'm very concerned with it as it crosses right on top basically of our historic signal towers that are covered by a historic covenant. It would be very difficult to get that passed to build it, and also because of Caltrain electrification, you will need a lot more clearance to get over the power lines to make that work. So I appreciate the offer on the overcrossing, but it would be very difficult to make it a viable option. Let's see. And then I guess the last thing is like I really would like the VTA staff to address the memo that Mayor Liccardo has submitted last week to call for better station design and access. Like if you're going to heed their call on doing like a redraft like of all their stations, we should probably deserve to get a change up on ours as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricia. I don't have any other online comments. Is there anyone here in the public that would like to comment on this issue? If so, please come forward. Okay, I don't see any as well. So I'm going to go now. This is a study session, so I'm going to go back to council members. And I just had one question. Is there going to be public restrooms there? I know that was asked a couple of times before.
Yes.
So thank you. Okay, I thought that was the answer. I just wanted to make sure before we go on, because that's very important. All right, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mary. You also took the words out of my mouth, which was going to ask about the bathrooms. So thank you for asking about that. Going back to some of the lighting, I think Rob Meyer kind of hit it on the head where I was trying to put my finger on it and I couldn't. And 1980s Miami kind of does feel that way to me. And also the old 1980s VTA, because I grew up seeing all those green buildings. But one of the things I do have a question about is that green building design, if that's what you guys were looking at, is about lighting, is if it's going to be lit up, because, you know, I see this as a green building. Yeah, it looks a little outdated, but maybe we can make it look a little bit like, you know, the Wizard of Oz Emerald City, or like they do the Silver Legacy in Reno, a little bit more lit up, a little more iconic. But I do agree with all of our residents that, you know, we do need something better. Again, this is the city of Santa Clara. We are the center of what's possible. So I think, you know, I agree with Mayor Sam Liccardo. We need to have better accessibility, and our station as well. So I'm for, you know, seeing this be worked out in a finer tune. I do like somewhat of the designs so far, but we got to go further. I mean, we only have one shot at this, and I really kind of just don't like to see how our station ends up being a footnote when we should really kind of put some more tender loving care into it.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, I wanted to clarify with Peter. He said that there was elevators and escalators on the west side, but I believe he was referring to the east side of the existing tunnel. I wanted to know what is going to be on the west side of the existing tunnel. And I echo the sentiments of Adam Brandt that, you know, it's crazy that Santa Clarans have to go down a level, then up 2 levels, then down a level, whereas San Jose residents have to just go up a level and then down a level. So it's not exactly a great way to move people. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments? Is Kevin's hand up? I don't see it. Okay. Councilmember Park?
Yes, hello, thank you. Thank you for the public for these comments. I think, and I'm going back to my notes again, and I think that nothing's really changed in the questions that I have, which is the restrooms and shops. As a weekly Caltrain writer, and now that we're going back to work, you know, I appreciate the 4th Street station in San Francisco, but that's also in San Francisco with cafes and other shops in close proximity. And I just don't feel that here. But I also know that we need to plan for growth because there may be a new downtown on the west side. Traffic, both pedestrian and vehicular, will change. And people who see paths to new places may find different places to work and even to live. And I feel that if we start the design with access from the outside, understanding that there will be a lot more people than just the people that you're looking at, and then count and then measure the transitions like escalators, elevators, stairs, ramps required. If people have bikes, how difficult is it? How easy is it? If they're using alternate means of transportation, if they have wheelchairs, if you've got elderly, if you've got children, if you've got large groups. I mean, I think this will be a, again, it's not just the end of the line, it's the beginning of a line, right? I think that we need to think about what that means, not just for Bart, but also for the city of Santa Clara, right? And if we can't address the issues of access, if we can't address the issues of how do we make it a destination for people to go to, not just another stop along the way, then it almost doesn't matter what motif we use for the design. I mean, I like not just having a train station aesthetic, but again, I talked before about an airport or a mall or something that would be more interesting. And again, have we looked into what the issues are with being an end of line and beginning of line station? Right. I do feel that we could have a better design. I feel that the design D isn't much different from the design C, the alternative C that was there. If I look at the way that you access the station, it's not different at all. I mean, we talk about, I do like the fact that we've got a more unified joined path in the center. I think that that's a really nice thing, but it didn't really address any of the other access issues that were there since almost the beginning. And I think that access is the real point. People aren't going here for exercise. People aren't going here because they've got plenty of time on their hands. In a lot of cases, they're coming here because they need to get someplace else. And it would be really nice if they came early, that they had someplace to stay, watch, and enjoy, or even if this is a place that ended their journey, this is a place that they wanted to come to. And I really wish we could think of these kinds of things when planning, the end of line, start of line station. It's not just another station along the way. It is the place where everyone's going to get off. It is the place where, lots of people will start their journeys. I think that there are a lot of, public input out there. I really wish that we would take it and not treat the designs, not treat the costs as fixed, but listen to input and say, what can we do? I tell my students, and this is the question that they always have to ask themselves, is can we do better than this, right? And I think that you've heard it. You've heard about pedestrian access, biking access, access in general, about not having to go up and down, up and down, up and down, thinking about who the users could be, and making this a destination for people to, not just a train station. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other speakers, so I just wanted to say that I know there's been a lot of publicity about San Jose and what's going on at the Diridon station and the tunnels downtown and all of those issues, and the talk of maybe some redesign or other things in San Jose. So I'm hoping that based on some of the input that VTA staff has heard from us and others on this, that maybe there's still a chance for you to incorporate some of the ideas and designs that you've heard here today from not just the City Council, but from our public as well into the station. And I think it's pretty obvious we all care about what it looks like and the presence it has in Santa Clara. And I know they call it the San Jose side, but I'm going to say there's two Santa Clara sides, since they're both in Santa Clara on one side and then Santa Clara on the other side. So I want both our Santa Clara sides to be pretty fantastic in that sense as well, because we are important as the terminus as a terminus station. So thank you very much to Bernice and Peter and Sarah and Erica and even Greg and Takis. Thank you, Takis, again for talking to us this evening, bringing us the new information, and thank you for listening to us, and hopefully you'll look at incorporating some of our ideas in this design, in this project. So thank you very much, Takis.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We listened carefully. I took 2 pages of notes here. I will talk with our designers, Peter, Sarah, everybody, and you're going to hear back from us.
We plan on it. Thank you, Takis. Appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Okay, so now we are going to start our regularly scheduled City Council Stadium Authority meeting. So I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Does anybody have? Oh, go ahead.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, may I read the announcement?
Go ahead, please.
AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as the presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and the use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. If we have registered lobbyists that are attending this evening, and you like to speak, and you speak in the capacity of a registered lobbyist, please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients or organizations that you represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you. So good evening and welcome. For today's meeting, the council is back in person and conducting our meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use a Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you'd like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentation, and that's reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate agenda item. You may also submit your comments on the e-comment feature on the Santa Clara Legistar page or via publiccomment@santaclaraca.gov, and the comments received during the meeting will be read into the record. So let's move on with the council agenda. But before we move on to our order of business this evening, I'd like to request that we have a moment of silence to offer our heartfelt condolences to the family and friends of Norman Y. Mineta, former San Jose mayor, he was our Santa Clara congressional representative and U.S. Secretary of Transportation, who passed on Tuesday, May 3rd. Norm Mineta was a trailblazer who broke racial barriers for Asian Americans and would later become one of the country's highest profile Asian American political leaders. Norm's service as councilman and mayor of San Jose, 2 decades in Congress, and 2 cabinet posts under presidents of different parties embodied what it means to be a public servant. So let us please all have a moment of silence in memory of Norman Y. Mineta. The City of Santa Clara will honor Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month with a proclamation at our May 24th City Council meeting, celebrating all Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders who are part of our rich multicultural history. And I know we will be discussing Norm Mineta as well at our next council meeting. Thank you for that. Okay, next we have reports of actions taken in closed session. City Attorney?
Mayor, we have nothing to report out of closed session.
Okay, thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. I'm just going to ask that we move up item 3B, which is the item 3B and C regarding the youth commissioners, since they're all here and they're standing in the back. We can do the proclamation for National Public Works Week after that. Is that all right, Director Mobeck? Thank you. Are there any other continuances, exceptions? Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I would like to move up 3 items. After the special orders of business, I would like to move up item 4A, 4B, and number 10 after consent.
Four A and 4B are right after special orders of business. And then what else did you want?
Item number 10. Item number 10.
Okay. Is there anybody else that has any items to move up? Okay, seeing none, we are now going to start with item 3B, which is recognition of outgoing youth commission members. All right. As a special order of business this evening, the City Council would like to recognize 7 outgoing members of the Youth Commission. Since its inception in 1995, the 15-member Youth Commission has provided a youth perspective and voice, as well as opportunity for civic engagement, service, and leadership training that supports an active and healthy youth population. Youth Commission Staff Liaison John Kawada will present the 7 outgoing members. John, I see you right there.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore, City Council members, City Manager, and City staff with us tonight. It's a pleasure to be back. My name is John Kawada. I'm the Staff Liaison to the City's Youth Commission. It is my pleasure to recognize the 7 outgoing commissioners this evening. The City of Santa Clara appreciates the service these commissioners have provided to the community and wishes them the best as they continue their service and educations. Please come up as I name you. Mitchell Blanda has served 1 term and will be attending High Point University in North Carolina. Caitlin Butcher has served 1 term and will be attending UC San Diego. Mitali Gadani has served 1 term and will be attending UC Santa Barbara.
Can I ask the recipients if they come up here so we can take a picture with you after? Thank you. If you wouldn't mind coming right up here. Thank you. I'm sorry. UC Santa Barbara. Come right up here.
Rishith Passetti has served 1 term and will be attending UC Davis. Ahmad Ismail has served 3 terms, most recently as chair, and will be attending UCLA. Ria Mehta has served 2 terms and will be attending USC. And Palak Parikh has served 2 terms, most recently as vice chair, and will be attending UCLA. Again, thank you all for your service to the City of Santa Clara. It is very much appreciated. Thank you, Mayor and Council members.
Put the commissioner in front here and put the council member.
Yeah, the council member behind them already. Yeah.
So I'll leave it to you. You're the camera guy.
All right, ready? All right, you're good.
Don't forget your bags right over there, the blue bag.
It's always good to see an active younger generation.
Oh, yeah.
So now all the youth commissioners get to see all the swag you get when you end your term. So as our next special order of business, the City Council would like to consider the recommended reappointment of 8 members, 7 candidates, and 2 conditional alternates for the Youth Commission term for fiscal year 22-23. So John Kawada, our staff liaison, will give us a brief overview of the process and the candidates eligible for reappointment and the recommended candidates to fill the vacancies and the alternates. So John, take it away.
And I will keep them in the back, and they'll kind of raise their hand as I name them as we go down the list, and at the end, we can bring them up for a photo if you'd like.
Great, great.
On March 26th, 16 candidates were interviewed for vacancies on the city's Youth Commission. Eligible candidates were sought that would best serve and represent the city's youth and teen population. At the completion of the process, 7 candidates and 2 alternates were recommended for appointment. In addition, there are 8 commissioners eligible for reappointment for the 22-23 Youth Commission term. Youth commissioners are City of Santa Clara residents between the ages of 12 and 19 and may serve up to 6 one-year terms. For the consideration of mayor and council, I would like to announce the recommended candidates, alternates, and eligible returning members of the 2022-23 Youth Commission term. Recommended candidates are Fatima Ismail, 11th grade at Wilcox High School. Just use your hand. Ryan Kim, 10th grade, Sacred Heart Prep, San Jose. Kira Liang, 10th grade, Cupertino High School. Keith Mabin, 11th grade, Wilcox High School. Samara Mehta, 9th grade, Archbishop Mitty High School. Simran Garg, 10th grade, St. Francis High School. And Sudepti Ravapati, 11th grade, also at St. Francis High School. Recommended conditional alternates are Namita Gadani, 9th grade, Cupertino High School. And Mariam Ismail, 10th grade, Wilcox High School. And our returning youth commissioners being recommended for reappointment are Arav Gupta, 11th grade, Bellarmine College Prep. He will be serving his 4th term. Jasmine Kelly Tonti, 12th grade, Santa Clara High School, serving her 5th term. Khadijah Khan, 11th grade, Santa Clara High School, serving her 3rd term. Malia Martin, 9th grade, Archbishop Mitty, 2nd term. Haranya Parek, 10th grade, Santa Clara High School, serving his 2nd term. Rajvi Kanjan Shroff, 12th grade, Cupertino High School, serving her 3rd term. Samarth Suresh, 9th grade, Wilcox High School, serving his 2nd term. And finally, Sarah Zuo, 11th grade, Cupertino High School, serving her 3rd term. And I believe that's everybody.
Before we have our picture, may I have a motion for all those appointments?
I would
So be
like
it.
to so move.
Second.
Okay, motion and second. Let's take a vote on that, make them official.
Councilmember Park, please cast your vote.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously with those present, so wonderful, congratulations.
John, would it be better if council stands here? We can move right in front of
That was the fun part, okay. Thank you. All right, so I'm gonna go backwards a little bit. So our next item is a proclamation of National Public Works Week 2022. This year, National Public Works Week is, was someone talking? Oh. I'm sorry. This year, National Public Works Week is May 15th through the 21st, and the theme has been selected by the American Public Works Association is Ready and Resilient. Always ready to serve their communities and resilient as ever, this theme highlights the ability of public works professionals to perform their everyday duties while also being ready at a moment's notice to overcome any challenges thrown their way. And boy, they've had a lot of challenges in the last year. The City of Santa Clara has a dedicated staff that helps maintain and improve the city on a regular basis through public works. City staff delivers high-quality public works projects that provide critical infrastructure services in transportation, roadway and building maintenance, wastewater and stormwater treatment, water and solid waste systems, parks, power, emergency management, and first response, and other facilities essential to our citizens. In honor of Public Works Week, I want to thank our staff in the Public Works, Silicon Valley Power, Water and Sewer Utilities, and Parks and Recreation Departments for their continued resiliency and hard work, especially in these ever-changing and challenging times, in maintaining the utmost efficiency and providing the high-quality services that keep our citizens and communities strong, safe, and thriving. In honor of National Public Works Week in the City of Santa Clara, the City Council would like to present this proclamation to Craig Mobeck, Director of Public Works, and the Public Works, Silicon Valley Power, Water and Sewer Utilities, and Parks and Recreation staff. So I'd like to invite Craig forward to see if you'd like to say something, and then we can take a picture with you.
I'll just speak louder. But thank you, Mayor. This is a great week for Public Works, and you mentioned all the departments that are involved, and it's really every department in the city that helps provide the services to the city of Santa Clara. Obviously, Ready and Resilient is a great theme for this year. Our team works very hard working on the cleanup campaign this month, and we love providing services for the city of Santa Clara residents. And so next week, we do have some great things to push out on social media. Our communications team has been very helpful with us. And so to help demonstrate to the public some of the great things that we do throughout the year. So thank you very much for this honor.
Thank you. If you wouldn't mind posing for a picture with us.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, more fun ahead. We have a presentation by the Senior Advisory Commission on the upcoming Be Strong, Live Long 2022 Health and Wellness Fair. And with us, we have our Senior Advisory Commission Chair, Grant McCauley. So Grant, please come forward and tell us about the fun we're going to have a week from Friday.
Well, thank you. Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff, and Manager Scsa, welcome back. Okay. My name is Grant McCauley. I'm the chair of the Senior Advisory Commission. And just to tell you a little bit, that we were designated as an age-friendly city back in 2017. And in order to maintain that status, we have to support the 8 domains of the age-friendly city requirements as listed by the World Health Organization. So we got that designation, and one of those that we have to do is to hold a community support and health services. And so in doing so, we have created the Be Strong, Live Long Health and Wellness Fair that we've held every year since 2017. A little bit of history about that. 2017 was the first year we had about 25 exhibitors and about 150 participants. 2018, we had about 40 exhibitors and about 250 participants. 2019, we had over 50 exhibitors and over 450 participants. And then 2020 and 2021 came along. And thanks to Jennifer Herb and Mallory Van Kugelgen, they kept it virtual. So it was on YouTube and on Zoom. So it did take place. And this year, it was our determination to have it back in the park, back in Fremont Park, over next to the Senior Center. The annual Health and Wellness Fair is going to be in person on May 20th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. at Fremont Park. This is a chance for us to present to all of the senior citizens and all ages of the city of Santa Clara access to community resources, obtain baseline health information and preventative biometric screenings, gather information on how to age in place, discover safety net and support service for older adults. This is a chance for those that are in that situation that are older adults now in the city, as well as the caretakers for those people. Along with that, we will be offering a lunch, but we will have a barbecued chicken sandwich lunch or a black bean burger lunch for $7. And so you can make a fare out of it for the time that you're there. To promote the sustainable living, and of course with the parking at the senior center, we're really encouraging people to either carpool or walk or bike. And in that, this year, we have a collaboration with the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition, and they have a bicycle run that day that they have turned as a Bike to Wherever Day, and they got our fair to be one of the Energizer stations, so all of those that register ahead of time on the Bicycle Coalition's website, they have prizes for them if they come by their booth. And also, we're going to have a bike watch. So those that bike to it and want to drop off their bike and be able to walk around and see the whole fair will have a safety bike watch for the day. So this special event is offered by the Santa Clara Senior Center and the Senior Advisory Commission. And like I said, it is on Friday, May 20th from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m., Fremont Park in the Senior Center. So I thank you so much for listening to me tonight, and let's help promote this. Thank you.
Thank you, Grant. Appreciate it. I think it's going to be a great event. I've been to the ones in the past in person, and they're pretty phenomenal. It's not just for seniors, it's for everyone. It was amazing what I learned and participated in and at the Health and Wellness Fair. It's just pretty fantastic. So thank you. I'm looking forward to it. And I encourage everyone to get out there. There's something for everyone there. So thank you. And thanks to the Senior Commission for all the work you've put into this as well, and our Senior Center. So thanks for coming tonight. Okay, our next item we have is going down the agenda. Oh, City Manager, did you want to list the items that have to go this evening?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, we have few items that must be heard tonight. Items 5, H, L, M, and O.
Mm-hmm.
Under item 6, B, C, D, and E. Also under item 5, I should have read them earlier. Item 5F, G, and I, and items 7 and 8.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. We're going to move on the agenda. Next, we have consent items deferred from April 19th, pulled for discussion. The first item is 4A, action on 2022 legislative advocacy position. I don't know who pulled this from last. Was it you, Vice Mayor Jane?
Yes.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I had pulled it, and then subsequently staff made some corrections, and so I would just like to make a motion to accept.
All right. Motion to accept, is there a second? Second. Motion and a second. For that, is there any member of the public, anyone wanting to speak on this issue? Okay, so Assistant City Clerk, we're ready to vote on the action on 2022 legislative policy.
Councilmember Park, please cast your vote.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is action on a request. This is pulled also from last council meeting, and I pulled this. Action on request submitted by Stadium Manager to execute Second Amendment to an agreement with Bear Electrical Solutions for Levi's naming rights, existing signage, lighting, and driver repair CapEx project, and agreement with HY Floor and Game Line Painting for club space flooring CapEx project, and Bear Insulation, Inc. for stadium insulation CapEx project, and approve related budget amendment. And so this was also 4B1 and 2. And the question I had was just on the signage. So my question was, who made the decision and who concluded that we needed to repair the sign and not replace the sign? That was my question for staff.
So Mayor, the recommendation is made by the stadium manager based on keeping everything in good condition, and it's part of our agreement with, it's under the naming rights agreement, that the stadium authority has to maintain all these signs in good condition.
Thank you. So one of the suggestions I have is, because there's a lot of money seem to be going into the repair for the sign, and we've had a lot of discussion on whether the sign should be repaired or replaced. I wanted to know who was making that recommendation, and since it's the stadium manager, I really recommend that we get an independent third-party evaluation to see if we should continue putting money into the replacement, repairing that sign, or whether the sign should be replaced. So it's like when you take your car in and the mechanic tells you to, oh, it's going to cost this amount, and we originally had $250,000 a year in our budget for the repair of the sign, and now it's up to like over $1.1 million, and it's $250,000 a year here on out. So, I mean, it comes to the point where instead of listening to the stadium manager, we should get an independent, just evaluation, and if the sign does need to be replaced, then it's the responsibility of Levi's to replace it, not the stadium authority. So I wondered if I could have a motion on the council to get a third-party evaluation to see if that sign needs to be replaced or continued to be repaired.
May I make a comment?
Yes, go ahead.
So, that's a fair assessment, and staff will be happy to bring a report back to you on that subject. But I just wanted to clarify that it was a 3-year agreement with Bear Electric for just general maintenance and repair of electrical items. And then last year, the Stadium Authority approved additional $250,000 for the signage itself, and it was completed for $248,000, a little bit below that. So this year, again, additional repairs are needed, along with the drives that run the signs, and that's where this $420,000 needs to be added.
Right, and if that's what it is, that's what it is. My point is, we don't have any independent assessment that it needs to be repaired and not replaced.
Totally understood.
It might need to be replaced.
Yes, we can bring that report back to you.
So, okay, so could we have a motion for that from somebody? Go ahead.
I had raised my hand, so.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. Yes, Mayor, and thank you, City Manager, for the additional information. No, I agree. I mean, it just seems like we're constantly putting a Band-Aid on a problem. So I think it makes perfect sense to get a third-party independent review of the issue. So my motion is for staff to recommend going out to get a third-party opinion regarding the maintenance of the sign or whether or not it needs to be replaced.
Okay, is there a second?
Mayor and council, just for clarification of the record, is it approval of the staff recommendation along with direction to get a third-party evaluation, or is it not at this point to approve the staff recommendation?
I would not approve it until you get the evaluation. I'm sure you can get that pretty quickly. City Executive Director.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I just want to point out that, per the agreements, we are required to keep all the signage and lighting in good condition. Season is coming up, and with the lights out and the bulbs out and the drives out, it just gives a bad appearance. So staff would strongly recommend that this item be approved, but we can bring a report back on the replacement of it, whether it's needed or not, and who could pay for that.
Well, I saw pictures of the sign. It looked decent. I I would like to get, you're saying do the repairs and then do after? And my position is get an evaluation on whether it needs to be replaced right now. Or do we need to throw hundreds of thousands of dollars into this for repair? So I would say hold off on the repair until you get the evaluation. The only record that this needs to be repaired or that this large amount of money needs to be spent is from the stadium manager. And I think the stadium, the 49ers have their own agreement with Levi's. So one might say they have a conflict of interest. We really should have an independent party look at it to see if it needs to be repaired. Why would we put 400 and something thousand into something that needs to be replaced?
Staff would still recommend, Mayor, that those two items be separated. One is a business decision, whether we should continue to repair or replace it. But the signage, what was repaired last year, this time it's a different kind of repair that's required on all the 4 signs. So without that, we'll be into the season and the signage, the lighting may be off on the signs and it may present not properly.
So we could change some bulbs for 400,000?
It's not just the bulbs, it's also...
Can you put up the pictures of the signs? Because they look pretty decent.
Let me ask, we also have Manco staff available. If someone is there to show what was done last year and what needs to be done this year. Nora, do we have Jihad?
So my question is, how long will it take to get an independent evaluation?
Well, in order to, I would say at least couple months.
Couple months?
To get someone to do that work and, through our process to retain someone, we can get an independent opinion, but that may not be like an official record per se.
But we're spending all this money now on what?
On the actual physical condition of the signs.
Okay, so I'm looking at it. That's the old, and then go to what it is now, okay? Okay. Those really bad pictures were before it was already fixed.
Is Jihad available? Yeah, let him walk through it real quick. Jihad, go ahead.
That's not what it is now. Show us what it is now. There you go.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. I believe there was a slide deck that was provided to staff, and that will contain the different images in there. So if that can be shared with on the screen, that'd be helpful.
So Mayor, while they're looking for that slide, last year, the red sign where it says Levi's, those were the bulbs which went out and those were repaired. But now it's the portion next to it, which is white clad, they call it, and the bulbs are behind that. That is going out.
Great. I just want to introduce myself. My name is Jihad Beachman with the 49ers, and I want to thank everyone for having me here to give a little bit more background information and then the current status of the sign as well. And so just to give kind of a broader understanding of the naming rights agreement, I want to just make clear that the signs that we're talking about today fall under the naming rights agreement between the SCSA and the naming rights sponsor. And so those revenues all go to the SCSA. And it's a significant investment that the naming rights sponsor has made in the stadium to the course of about $154 million over a 20-year term. And so because the SCSA gets all of the revenues from that agreement and the signs are a part of that agreement, the SCSA is really the one that is responsible for the costs associated with that. So when you look at those 4 signs, you want to make sure that it's in line with kind of the general standards of the building, which is required to be maintained in terms of the highest quality of NFL stadiums suitable for world-class sporting events and other high-end corporate and private catered events. And so that's a requirement that the stadium is maintained at that level. And so just wanting to make sure that we understand that that's under the naming rights agreement. Now, just so that everyone is aware, there is a separate 49er sponsorship agreement with the naming rights sponsors, but that does not include these signs that we're talking about today. So that agreement's a completely separate agreement that is not part of the 4 signs that we're talking about today. If you could move on to the next slide, please. So one other piece of confusion that I want to make sure that we understand is that under the naming rights agreements, there are rights and there are obligations. When you look at the kind of rights and obligations of the various parties, it's really, you want to make clear that the obligations are the requirements of things that you have to do under the agreement, as opposed to rights, which are things that you can elect to do under the agreement. So if you look at these boxes here on the right-hand side here, you have the right that the naming rights sponsor has, that if it wants to elect to replace, update, change, refresh, or refurbish the naming rights signage, it can do so, but then that comes with the obligation that it's required to cover those at its cost and expense. But the important thing to focus on there is that that obligation only comes when that right is elected by the naming rights sponsor. If that right is not elected by the naming rights sponsor, that obligation to pay for that replacement, update, change, refresh, refurbishment doesn't come into play. So that more or less becomes irrelevant in this case because the sponsor has not elected at this time to do that. It's not once or if the sponsor were to ever elect to do that at its discretion, then that obligation would come into effect. But the thing that we're dealing with here is the obligation of the SCSA, as you can see on the left here, is the obligation of the SCSA to maintain and repair the signage over the course of the agreement. And so in the event that the signage is non-functioning, the SCSA doesn't have the right or the election to perform the repair or to maintain the signage. The SCSA has the obligation, so it is required to repair and maintain the signage. And that's an important distinction that we're making here because we want to make sure that what we're talking about, it isn't even in play of having the naming rights sponsor be required to replace the signage. That is an election that the naming rights sponsor can make, and it has not made that election to replace the signage. What is the case here is you have a sign that needs to be repaired, and thus it is the obligation and requirement of the SCSA to repair the signage. And that's what we're talking about here today. The only thing before the board here today is to amend the agreement to allow for the repair of the signage. Next slide, please. And to give a little bit additional background of where we are in terms of the signage, you can see here a couple of the photos that were taken back in 2021 before we did the initial repair. So we originally requested and advised that we thought the best recommendation was for the SCSA to replace the entire signage. It was determined that we were just in the end that it was just going to be repaired. And so you can see the red areas of this Levi's signage here that were repaired in the 2021 repair because as you can see here, the blotchy signs is not to the quality that befits the amazing stadium that we have here. And so we wanted to make sure that that got repaired. And you could see where the failures had occurred in the red. The next slide, please. And so back in 2021, we went ahead and performed this repair of kind of the red LEDs and drivers that were behind the red signage there. And so the newer LEDs were put in after you take off kind of the fabric that overlays the signage. And then we were able to replace those behind the red kind of bat wing logo that exists. And as we did this work, we replaced approximately 50% of the LEDs that sat behind that red signage. But what wasn't performed at that time was only included in the previous repair, only included the red, but didn't include any of the other lettering that existed at that time, because at that time, those were still functioning to the level that were acceptable. Next slide, please. And so in the fall of last year, after that original repair had occurred, the signage looked great. And so it was back, and it was, to a level that was acceptable. And you can see this kind of freeze frame that was taken during a national broadcast last year of one of the 49ers games on television that featured the signage on the broadcast itself. Next slide. We then got to a point towards the end of last year where we started to begin to see the deteriorating portion of the signage was the white LEDs behind the letters. And so you can see here in the top and in the bottom of these on the east side and west side of the tower is that there are illumination issues that have occurred behind the white lettering of the signage. Now, this was taken back in December of 21, and since that time, we've actually seen additional deterioration in some of these areas, but these were the kind of the clearest ones that we were able to put onto this slide at short notice to be able to present here today to show kind of the level of deterioration that has occurred back in December, and it's actually gotten a little bit worse in the last couple of months since then. And so now where we are is that we've now requested for the repair of this element of the signage so that we can make sure during any national broadcasts as well as other events at the stadium that we're presenting the signage in a way that is a level and a quality that is required under the various agreements. And so we've made that additional request so that we can make those adjustments and make those repairs to this signage. And so next slide, please. As part of that previous slide, I just wanted to make clear that this was actually budgeted as part of the budget for fiscal year 22 and was approved by the board as part of the budgeting process. So this is already a budgeted expense. The repair is budgeted for and accounted for. What we're seeking today is really just the modification and amendment of the agreement so that we can specifically use this vendor to perform the approved fix here. And so, we got some questions from staff about this, and I want to make sure that we clear up any, remaining questions that are out there as well. But on this, there was a question about the repairs from 2021 versus the repairs that we're seeking to do now. And so the repairs in 2021 related to kind of the LEDs behind the red portion of the signage. And so we showed those slides where it was blotchy before in the red, and we replaced 100% of the red LEDs on the east and west sides and 50% on the north and south side of the red portion of that signage, the batwing portion of the signage. And so that change involved, as you saw there, taking off the red panel and then replacing those, which is a little bit easier of a fix than it will take to repair the white elements of those as well. What we're seeking to do now is to fix the remaining 50% of the red LEDs on the north and south wings, as well as 100% of the LEDs on the white lettering of the signage itself. Next slide, please. And there was a question about why there has been this escalation in cost from $250,000 to $420,000 now for this most recent repair. And the increase of $170K, we asked for just an estimate of that breakdown that we received. And this is the breakdown that we got from the vendor, was that approximately $75K of that was due to the increased cost in labor, taking off each one of those letters on the stadium signage, the fronting on that, and then making the repairs and reapplying it is a much more labor intensive task than simply removing the red paneling that was up on the bat wings for the red LEDs and then replacing those there. So it just takes a little bit more time to be able to do that for each of those elements of the letters than it was for the red paneling for the bat wing portion of the signage. 75% of the cost is an increase in cost to materials that deals with both the additional square footage and then the additional power supplies that are being replaced. There's just more there in a bigger area for us to replace. for the vendor to replace, which is why you see that additional cost there. And finally, just the equipment is about a $20K increase as well for those items. And so I just want to make sure that we understand these are all estimates, and the budgeted amount is what we've requested for the modification to the contract. If it comes in below that, there will be cost savings there. But the goal is obviously to push the vendor to keep it under that not to exceed amount, which we've requested here. And then last slide, one more slide, I believe there is, I think just gives a little depiction of the level of crane usage for each specific area of the stadium. These are pictures taken during the repairs last year that show kind of the different types of cranes that are required to reach the lettering in the various areas of the stadium. And so I just wanted to conclude by, I'm happy to answer any questions that may be about this. Right now we're really focused on the repair. Any sort of replacement that may occur down the road is not what's on this agenda today. And also it's not something that would be available to happen in the next 3 or 4 months leading up to the stadium, the idea of being able to complete an entire replacement. And even if that were the case that we wanted to pursue the replacement, it would not be ready in time for some of the major events that are coming this year. And we're in a situation that we would recommend at this juncture, making sure that we have the signage available, given the level of investment that's been made by the naming rights sponsor to ensure that their signage is up to the level that is required under the agreements. And so, keeping separate the replacement, which as I've explained, is an election right of the naming rights sponsor and not an obligation of the sponsor, that making sure that we are, as the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, fulfilling the obligations that it made under the naming rights agreement. And I'm happy to answer any questions that any of the board members may have.
Thank you for that. There is, it was interesting, Mr. Beachman, I'm going to ask you a question. I've heard for the last several months that from your organization that you wanted us to replace the sign. And so now, instead of replacing it, you're asking us for hundreds of thousands of dollars to put into a repair of the sign. So I just think it's most fiscally prudent for us to get a third-party opinion as to what needs to be done. And we may have a difference of opinion on the title sponsor if the sign needs to be replaced, because it's my understanding, I don't think any discussions have taken place with Levi's. As city manager, we haven't had any discussions with Levi's, but on this issue. But when you start to ask for over $1 million in repairs, it's time for us, without any supporting documentation. I didn't see any supporting documentation in this report from any vendors or anything as to what exactly is going to be done. All I saw was an email from the stadium manager saying, hey, we need to have this money to get it done. So I do think it's important that we get a third-party evaluation on these signs, because this isn't going away. I don't know why the white bulbs weren't replaced when the red bulbs were replaced, but it seems like it should have all been done at the same time if you're really doing that, or the, cranes are now 400 to 600,000. So my question is, Stadium Authority Executive Director, there was 250,000 in the budget plus in the contract plus an additional 420. Is that all for sign repair?
No, Mayor. My understanding is 250,000 was for 3 years for
Each year.
Each year, general repairs.
Repair of the
electrical
signs.
repairs, not the signs. Any repair that's needed, that's electrical. But last year, 250,000 was added for the red signs. And this year, the request is to add 450,000. So if you were to add only the sign repairs, we are up to about 250 plus 420, 670,000.
Okay.
So that's the cost for the sign repair. The remainder was for other general electrical repairs and modifications.
Okay. That makes sense. All right. I still want an independent review of this because it makes sense to do that. because next there'll be more monies requested for repairs when this sign may need to be replaced, these signs may need to be replaced. So anyways, you made a motion, I'll second your motion. All right, Council Authority Member Jane.
Yes. Actually, I believe, and I'm reading from a letter sent from the 49ers to the board, and it says here, the 49ers recommended replacing all 4 signs in late 2019. Ms. Santana herself recommended approval of that replacement, and the board approved that recommendation in March 2020. There was actually a report. It was called the AD/S report, and it was a risk-benefit analysis of repair versus replace, and that was submitted to the board on August 4th, 2021. And it calculated the cost of repairs at $995,000, but a replacement was $1.2 million. So given that Levi's gives us $73 million this year just for the naming rights, and a total of $154 million over the 20-year agreement, it seems to me just good customer service that you would want to make your naming rights sponsor feel very happy that you're not letting their signs, and again, these 4 signs are, all the revenue goes only to the Stadium Authority. So from my perspective, the 49ers don't really have any skin in the game, except that the Manco is required to maintain this facility at the highest level, and letting the signs degrade to what we just saw is not acceptable to me if we're getting $154 million. So I would like to understand how we find somebody who can, I guess I could tell that those signs are not good enough, but what kind of experts are we looking for to say whether these signs are good enough? That's a subjective thing, like art. So my question is that originally, this is like a car that, an old car where you're starting to replace the brakes and then the transmission and then, engine overhaul. It just continues to get more and more expensive to do all the repairs. At some point, it's just better to replace it with better technology. So whether the cost of the replacement comes to the Stadium Authority or we just keep paying for more and more repairs, to me, it's not clear to me who should pay for it. I read through the naming rights agreement, and it's a little bit gray there. In one place it says repair, in one place it says refurbish. And so, but I think the concept here is that we need to keep our client happy. That's what I have to say about it. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I'd like to make a replacement motion to accept the recommendation about the stadium manager's request to execute Amendment 2, to approve the stadium manager's request to execute the one-time agreement, to approve the budget amendment to include the stadium installation CapEx, and approve the stadium manager's request to execute a one-time agreement with the Bear Insulation to furnish and install the insulation. We need to take care of our building, and we can look at whether it's more important, it's a better idea to replace or keep fixing, but at this point, we need to do our repairs on our buildings. So that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to start off with when this item was before us, I think back on April 19th, I received an email, and that email basically specified that however we voted on this item, that they basically are going to come looking for us. And I consider that a threat. I actually turned it into the police department. City manager and Mr. Sanchez received a copy of that email as well. Our police department took very quick action. And they ended up the person ended up contacting me and apologized, and I accept their apology. But the thing comes down to is that there's a lot of misinformation out there that, it seems like we're trying to give away public money to fix these signs, when really in reality, the contract says what the contract says. There's a saying that my generation says, don't hate the player, hate the game. Well, the game is this giant contract we have here that's 79 some pages. And clearly in the contract, it states these issues. Now, when we talk about, I understand, Mayor Gilmore said we want to have some kind of analysis. Back on March 16th, we had this discussion, and I said, let's return, in one of my motions, I believe I said, approve the emergency temporary repair of $400K in the capital expenditure budget, and return to the board in 30 days with a plan for full replacement of the signs, including a warranty. Councilmember Jane brought up that this was discussed in 2019 about replacement of the sign. So there is a very major track record of discussion of replacing the sign. It comes back to kind of the situation of a car. You keep putting money into it. You basically better have a plan to buy a new car or take the bus. So we need to have a plan in place. I agree. We've had this discussion forever. I don't think we need a third party. We do not need an extra authority to delay the process. The language is clearly stated, and 6 or 7 people signed this contract in 2013, and one of them's on this council. So this contract clearly states it, and I'll even read some of this contract that I have here right in front of me. It says, this is based on what staff provided last time. The naming rights agreement, section 5F states, the naming rights sponsor shall be entitled at its sole cost and expense to replace, update, change, refresh, or refurbish any such initial signage at any time from time to time. They then say in this, based on the language, it is the stadium authority's position that the signage replacement or refurbishment is the responsibility of the naming rights sponsor. However, repair is stadium authority's responsibility. Therefore, if this project is actually repair, and if such ongoing costs of repair exceed the cost of replacement, then further discussion is warranted to determine how the stadium authority should move the project forward in the most cost-effective way for the stadium authority. So I think we've pretty much established a point here, which is we keep repairing this. So one of the major questions I do have, which I'd like an answer for, is how often is this sign being repaired? Okay. And basically, we're already to the part that says the further discussion is warranted to determine how the stadium authority should move the project forward in the most cost-effective way. I mentioned this on March 16th. This was mentioned in 2019. We do not need more analysis to do that. We should come up with a plan how to replace this sign down the road, because I know it won't be done this year, but we need to have a plan in place. And if it costs $1.2 million in 2019, inflation has gone up, so it's going to be a little more expensive. And I know the mayor talked about, the cranes to do this service. So it is going to be a little more expensive, but that's why we need to start learning about making a plan now to cross that bridge, because I believe the city manager has repeated it, I think, a couple times now, that it is our responsibility to repair the sign. We are to keep this in top quality. So a message to a lot of the people that are getting misinformation out there, we are not using public funds. We are following what the contract was said in 2013. We inherited this contract, so we are following the guidelines of the contract. So if you're really concerned about, you think it's unfair, again, my whole saying is, don't hate the player, hate the game. Hate the one who created the contract. Don't hate the people who have to enforce it, because we signed on to it. So I do want to see a full replacement plan in the near future. And I do believe that we continue to have to repair this sign. And I feel that it gets to the point where if we continue to repair it too many times, the quality is going to go down. And I think someone even said it here, the customer is always right. And we want to provide the best customer service. So I agree with the motion that's on the floor right now, but I do want to see, I don't know if did you include that in your motion, Councilmember Hardy, to have a study?
I was going to do that afterwards, after we do a recommendation.
Okay, so I will want to see a study for this, but I will agree with the motion. And again, this is not a use of public funds, so please don't spin the words that we are speaking tonight.
Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Chair. Okay. Obviously, I'm not going to support the motion. I think it's clearly established by the repair work that's been done in, frankly, a short period of time that this sign needs to be replaced. LED bulbs are supposed to last a long time. And when you see that they have, you know, after being replaced and then within a couple of months, more bulbs are going out. I mean, I agree with the mayor. If you were going to take care of the sign with the red lights, then why didn't you just do the whole sign altogether? I mean, it's like when you in your house, when you have your smoke alarms, and when the one goes out, you don't just replace the one, you replace all of them, because the batteries in them usually all go out at the same time. So it seems like it would be the same thing with the LED lights. If there was an issue, they were all installed at the same time, why were they not all replaced at the same time? So now you have this issue where you have now lights need to be replaced and at a cost, and that frankly, when you look at the repair, the cost of the repair versus the cost to replace, there's really not that much of a difference when you're talking about this kind of money. And it seems like it would make more sense to do an evaluation, have a third party come in and determine what is the best course of action to make this a cost-effective way to take care of this issue. Yes, I agree. We want to make sure that this asset is properly taken care of, that it does shine bright. But at the same time, we have to be prudent, and especially with taxpayer money, and not be giving away gifts of public funds, that we look for the most cost-effective way to make sure that this stadium does continue to shine bright, but at the same time, in the best way that can be done. And I believe that the best way to do that is by getting a third-party independent review of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Authority Member Watanabe. I also want to echo that. I wanted the third-party evaluation because we don't have an actual professional looking at this and evaluating it for us. Again, throwing, good money after bad money. And yes, these are public funds that we're talking about. These are public funds. And, it's our job up here to protect the stadium authority dollars. That's what we're up here to do. And when you have massive repairs like this, when something possibly needs to be replaced, and I'm sorry, I don't agree with Manco's attorney by saying the sponsor is not responsible for replacement. The sponsor is clearly responsible for replacement, and that was part of the naming rights agreement. So I would really hope that everyone up here would be fighting for the stadium authority and what's best for the stadium authority. And I believe it's getting an independent evaluation, because we don't have that right now. We have parties that have all kinds of interests making requests of the stadium authority that are not independent. And if we need to put money in to replace, they spent $250,000 plus last year in September replacing bulbs, and now it's going to be over $400,000 replacing more bulbs. I just don't think that's going to be the end of it. So I'm really disappointed that this Stadium Authority Board isn't interested in a independent evaluation of the situation. Assistant Clerk, do we have any members of the public here that would like to speak on this issue?
We have no hands, but I have a public comment, e-comment from Susan Hinton. It states, this looks like an effort to pass a $420,000.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Our e-comment is from Susan Hinton. It states the following. This looks like an effort to pass a $420,000 budget increase for other agenda items. Number one, RTC 22-596 and 22-597. I oppose this effort for multiple reasons. For example, are the alleged repairs or improvements necessary and properly priced? Just because the 49ers say it's proper does not make it so. Also, how much homeless housing and food might be purchased with $420,000, or might library hours return to normal, or might potholes filled faster, or other city services normalize faster, etc. End of comment.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
So one thing about, you said, like the increase in costs, never mind, I'm sorry. I kind of forgot what I was
That's okay. That's all right. All right. Do we have we had two motions on the floor, City Attorney?
So, Madam Mayor, the way the process works is the last motion that was made needs to be considered first, and you work backwards from there.
Okay, so the motion by Councilmember Hardy?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So there's a motion and a second by Councilmember Hardy. Councilmember Jane and Becker, are those old? Or are
Nope.
they-
Nope.
Okay,
They're still current.
go ahead.
I want to reiterate that there was a third party, the ADS company, did a risk-benefit analysis of repair versus replace. And the scenario is if Levi's decided that they didn't want to pay for the replacement, they could just keep us continuing every year to spend $250,000 to repair the sign. At one point, it would cost us more than a full replacement that would give us a warranty, give us better technology, upgraded technology that's not 7 years old. And at some point, this board will have to decide whether it is more cost-effective to do that, and that would be a replacement, but it would be at our expense because we would actually save money. Finally, we're getting $154 million, $7.3 million per year from Levi's. We need to make them happy. The money that we get goes into a fund that actually does pay for the replacement or repair of these signs. So that's where the money goes. It goes into the Stadium Authority budget, and that is used to pay for repair of these signs. It does not come from the general fund. No money flows from the general fund.
Authority Member Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Vice Mayor. You hit the nail on the head right there. Facts don't lie. Those are the facts. And that does come from that special fund that you were speaking of. But anyways, going back, I heard, a couple of our council members decided to change their tune from the last time we discussed this, and it was about don't replace, repair. Now it's replace instead of repair, or find a way to replace it. So, it's kind of like where we say we want to have this third-party analysis. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out there's a problem with the sign. It's almost asking the question is the Pope Catholic? I mean, it's pretty obvious. So, and then with the cost and why it's $400,000, yeah, it's called inflation. Tough times right now. And, it also goes down to, I hope someone please prove this, anybody prove it with facts and sources that this is a use of public funds. Lastly this is basically property management 101, and it's our taxpayers' asset. I'm not going to wait for our sponsor to come and tell us that there's something wrong with our asset, because then that shows that we're bad property managers, and then it will end up as a negative news story in a blog or something. So I have to say that we need to keep this stadium squared away, is an asset of our taxpayers. But again, this is not using, I think Councilmember Jane just reiterated it the perfect way, which is this is not a use of our public funds. Levi Stadium pays us a lot of money to take care of the stadium. And that's what this board is going to do. We are going to take care of the stadium. We're taking care of a taxpayer asset. Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor.
And Madam Mayor?
Yes.
The motion is, in essence, a substitute motion, and so it should be voted upon procedurally first. If that passes, then you move to the substance of the motion.
So the motion on the floor is?
In essence, a motion for a substitute.
She didn't say substitute, she said something else, so.
But that is procedurally where you've come with her action. And so she would have to have that motion seconded, she did.
Okay.
And so now the council would have to, or the authority board would have to consider it as a substitute motion. If that procedurally passes, then you take the vote on the substance of the motion. So it's two steps.
Oh, so it's first to accept the substitute motion. All right. Motion second to accept the substitute motion.
Board Member Park, please cast your vote.
Yes.
And that passes 4-2. Now it's the actual motion.
So question to the maker of the motion, is that the 4B2 recommendation, the 4 items there?
Yes, the 4 items in the staff recommendation over replacement and repair.
4B 1 and 2.
4B, all of those recommendations of what needs to happen at the stadium at this time.
Would you mind reading those into the record so
You
we
want me to
have?
read them all? I can do that.
Is that okay with the attorney?
I will do that. I had it up.
For clarification, were you going to include that plan, or is that, you said a separate motion you're going to do?
We're going to do separate.
Okay.
Do it separate. Now I can't find it. I had it up. Just a minute. Oh, too many buttons. On 4. Yeah, I apologize. I'll have it in just a second. Okay, I've got it now, I think. Because I had it and then I put it away. Okay, approve the stadium manager's request to execute an amendment number 2 to the agreement with Bear Electrical Solutions Inc. to increase and not to exceed the amount from to increase but not to exceed the amount from $250,000 to $670,000 for the second year of the agreement term to cover the cost of the interim repairs for a total not to exceed the amount of $1.4 million over the initial 3-year term, subject to budget appropriations for every contract year, and authorize the executive director to approve and process the reimbursement of such costs upon receiving final invoices and supporting documentation from the stadium manager. That's part A. That's part 1. Part 2, approve the stadium manager's request to execute a one-time agreement with HY Floor and Game Line Painting, Inc. for refurbishing engineered hardwood flooring surfaces in both BNY Mellon East Club and the BNY West Club at Levi Stadium, club space flooring CapEx project in the amount of $48,300.
Madam Mayor, if I might interject, the record is very clear that there's a staff recommendation that lays out the detail in the staff report. And if council's inclined, that can just be the basis, the substance of the record. And council can move forward on that basis.
Staff recommendation?
Staff recommendation 1 through 4.
That's item 1 and 2, item 4B, 1 and 2, items 1 through 4.
Exactly.
Board Member Park, please cast your vote.
Yes.
And that passes 4-2. All right, next item on the agenda, we have the consent calendar.
Mayor, we had another motion.
Oh,
I think we had a motion to ask staff to look at the reality to compare replacing and refurbishing over the years and what this repair will get us as far as a year type situation so that we have a understanding of what we need, when it is best to replace.
how would staff do that?
The cost of
Third-party
what it will take.
evaluation.
I don't know what there's
You don't know what third-party evaluation means?
The third party would be the company that would make it, so that's the problem. This is a very, very niche market. There are very few people that could give you those numbers, except for
Very
the
few
company.
people that make signs
This size.
this size? Is there a few people that make signs this size? I think there might be quite a few people that make signs this size, like tons all over everywhere. So are you just wanting staff to make an evaluation or a third party to make an evaluation? It makes sense for a third party to evaluate, but
I would like to hear from the city manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Member Hardy. Yes, staff does not have that expertise to make that determination. We can come back to you after evaluating what it would take. If it's a third party, then we can share with you what the cost would be, and then you can make a decision at that point.
Thank you. That would be the motion, to have staff talk with a third party and make that evaluation as to replacement versus continuing to refurbish.
Mayor, I had my hand up.
what was that?
I had my hand up.
Authority Member Jane?
Councilmember Hardy, there is a report right now. There's the ADS report. So perhaps staff could start by reviewing the ADS report and making some determination whether that's valid. And if they don't believe that it's valid or independent enough, they could perhaps go out and look at someone else.
That would make sense to me. I don't see where it has to be part of the motion, though, because staff is aware of it.
That was going to be our starting point anyway.
Good.
Authority Member Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. So I guess basically what the mayor's idea was is going to happen then, right? Of a third party, or we don't know? Okay. All right. So then I think Councilmember Jane pretty much had the good point where that's going to be a starting point. So I will support this motion.
I'm not going to support the motion. I want an independent third-party evaluation, period. All right, Assistant City Clerk on the motion.
So I'd like to get
Stadium
clarification
Authority Clerk.
to the maker of the motion. This is directing staff to return after a third-party evaluation takes place to look at signage replacement. Who was the seconder?
I'll second it if no one seconded it.
Board Member Park, please cast your vote. Board Member Park has his hand raised.
Yeah, sorry, I have a question about the motion. I mean, the motion says direct staff to return after a third-party evaluation takes place to look at the signage replacement. My question is, how does this differ substantially from what the mayor asked previously?
Thank you. When I asked for a third-party evaluation, the maker of the motion was all over the place in terms of what she was trying to say, and I wasn't clear. whether or not she said go to look at some existing report or something, and then she agreed to a third-party evaluation. I wasn't clear on, I will only support a direct third-party evaluation of the sign with the time period within a couple months, if that's what it takes. I'd like to ask the maker of the motion to clarify her motion, because she said something different and then agreed to this.
It was for the staff to look at what information we have and go out for more information if they need it.
So that
us a
was the motion.
recommendation.
Look
Yes.
at information we have and then go back out and get more information.
So would you like to remove the third-party evaluation piece?
Okay, Authority Member Jane.
I believe the difference is that we've already voted on going forward with the repair. Now we're looking at an evaluation of whether we want to sink more money into more repairs versus an outright replacement. So the repair will be going forward for $420,000. But now we're trying to get some sort of independent evaluation of whether we want to continue to put money into further repairs or do a replacement which has a warranty.
So is that the correct wordage? Direct staff return after a third-party evaluation takes place to look at the signage replacement? Is that the language?
I am not stuck to a third-party only situation. I would look at what staff has the information already, and we can look at, they can talk to whoever they need to.
Okay, so the wording is important to me. In fact, I thought we should do this before you voted to spend the money. But is that, now City Clerk, what you've typed is different from what she's saying. So one needs to be clarified.
So do we want to withdraw?
I would like then to have council clarify if I need it.
So as I understood the discussion, the motion is to direct staff to go forward and conduct a review of repair versus replacement and what is more beneficial for the future, and to return to the council with that information.
Which,
if staff needs to go out to a third party, that's staff.
And included within that would be the ability to seek a third-party opinion as part of that.
but it doesn't obligate staff to do third party.
It doesn't.
Okay, all right.
So we're directing, board members are directing staff to conduct a review of repair or replacement and seek a third-party evaluation if needed. Mm-hmm.
It's to staff's discretion.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to take this down.
All right, place your vote, please.
Board Member Park, please cast your vote.
Yes.
And that passes 4-2. All right, consent calendar, all items are approved with one motion unless items are pulled for discussion. Is there any member of the council that would like to pull an item for discussion? Councilmember Watanabe?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to pull, 6D, 1 and 2, 6E, 1 and 2. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other council members want to pull anything? Any member of the public? Assistant City Clerk, do we have any questions or comments or any public members that would like to pull something?
I have a couple of e-comments, but it's on the items that are pulled.
On items that are pulled, okay. Councilmember Becker?
Just clarification, we were moving item 10 to after consent, correct?
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm
That's
on
right, that-
consent right
I just
now.
want to make sure. Cool.
All right, is there a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar?
So be it.
Second.
So a motion by Councilmember Becker, second by Vice Mayor Jane, to approve the balance of the consent calendar. And that passes.
Councilmember, Board Member Park, please cast your vote.
Yes.
And that passes 6-0 with one absent. Thank you. All right. So now before public presentations, Councilmember Becker has asked that we pull up Councilmember's request on another Stadium Authority item, written petitions, item 10. Action on a council written request submitted by Vice Mayor Jane requesting to place an agenda item at a future council meeting to discuss whether SBL contracts should be sold on extra field seats. Councilmember Jane.
Yes, given that we can't discuss this item, I'm going to just read what I put into the 030. For the past few years, the 49ers/Manco have placed approximately 100 seats, it turns out it's 64 since I wrote this, on the field near the end zones. They have sold hundreds of tickets for these seats for which the Stadium Authority gets revenue based on the selling price of the tickets. However, SBL contracts are not sold for these seats. Were these seats subject to SBL contracts, then sales of those SBL contracts could be used to help pay off stadium loans earlier. The problem is that the NFL has to approve placing those extra seats, and they could revoke authorization of those extra seats at any time. This presents something of a problem whereby prorated balance of the SBL sale would have to be refunded to the SBL holder if the NFL were to stop granting permission. Still, I believe even temporary SBL seats would generate a lot of money that would help pay off the stadium loans earlier. So I would like to put on the agenda a discussion of whether SBL contracts should be sold on these extra field seats. That is what I'm asking for, and I would, because the season's coming up soon, I would like to put this on, if staff can accommodate, on our next council agenda on the 24th.
I think this was already coming in June, so Executive Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Vice Mayor, or Vice Chair in this case, Jan. So, yeah, staff is reviewing a request from the manager on these SBL field level seats. And to complete our analysis, we need a lot of discussion. And we were planning to bring this item to you in June. And stadium manager has agreed that they'll be working with NFL to make sure that they're not in a bind as to approve by a certain date. So they've said by the end of June, it should be okay if we can make a decision on this one way or the other.
Okay, I'll leave it up to you for what date. So we're just going to vote on putting it on the agenda.
So it's putting it on a future agenda. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to
Is there
put
a
on a
second?
future agenda.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion second to put on a future agenda. Any other discussion on this? Any for the public? Council Authority Member Watanabe.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just so the city manager knows, and city attorney, there was a very robust discussion on this particular issue last June 8th. And where this then city manager presented very good information about this particular issue and the SBLs and looking at it from different angles. And actually, where it was left was that it was supposed to come back. The 49ers were supposed to come back, which they never did with a plan. So anyway, I guess it's coming back now.
Thank you for sharing. Yeah, we will definitely look at that report.
Yeah, the last action on that, we voted unanimously as a stadium authority to have the 49ers come back with options for us, and we gave 3 months, and I think that was May or June of last year, that they were to come back with options for us, but we never did get those, so maybe you can bring those options back for us a year later. Very good. All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any other discussion? Assistant City Stadium Authority Clerk, roll call vote, please.
Oh, the other way around? Okay, I'll fix that. Councilmember
Yeah,
Park, please
other way
cast your
around.
vote.
That's okay. Please register your vote.
Councilmember Park, please cast your vote.
Okay, yes.
And that passes unanimously of those present.
Yes.
I take that as a yes. An underwater
Yes, for the
yes.
concept.
All right. Okay, very good. Next, we have public presentations. Is there any member of the public that would like to make a presentation on an item that's not on the agenda? Assistant City Clerk, do we have, I don't see any public members.
Just a moment.
Oh, yes, please come forward, public member.
Madam Mayor, esteemed council, Gary Ferraris, I'm the president of Bargaining Unit 6. I just wanted to come here tonight. Last time I was here was under much worse circumstances, and I just wanted to come by and thank you, Madam Mayor, and each of you esteemed council members for your courageous leadership. Also to interim manager, city manager Rajiv Batra for facilitating some great discussion between our unit and the city executive staff. By this, through this collaborative effort, we were able to reach a fair, equitable, responsible, and respectful contract. And I just wanted to come out here and publicly thank each of you for the concessions that each of you made, as well as on our side, to be able to allow our members of the employees of Unit 6 to continue to offer and provide the services that the community of Santa Clara deserves and expects. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you for taking the time to come speak to us tonight. We appreciate it. Thank you. Is there anyone else, Assistant City Clerk, or any e-comments that you have?
I have two e-comments. The first one is an anonymous. E-comments made by Susan Hinton moving forward are fabricated by Mayor Lisa Gilmore and/or James Rowan. Lisa speaking through these individuals in order to save face. The three of them are trying to slander and overthrow council to benefit the mayor. Don't be fooled, Santa Clarans. Lisa does not release public records, but rather has James request records while Susan agrees with them publicly. Lisa also does this with her favorite personal blogger, Robert Ha. Lisa hides behind them all. End of comment. The next one is from Susan Hinton. Sorry, anonymous, but I, Susan Hinton, am a real person with my own opinions where I do wonder whether you are real. End of comment.
Thank you. Okay. All right. We're going to move on with the agenda and for items that must be heard this evening. So we're going to start next with our public hearing, general business. I'm going to open the public hearing, the 22-23 Annual Action Plan, final for the use of federal housing and urban development grant funds. So, City Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. Director Crabtree will introduce this subject.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the City Council. I had the pleasure of introducing Adam Marcus, our new housing manager, at a recent City Council meeting, and he will be giving the presentation tonight as well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here tonight along with Eric Calleja from the Housing and Community Services Division to present and answer questions about the 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan for using our HUD CDBG and home entitlement funds. Next slide. As you may recall, on April 5th, 2022, staff presented a draft annual action plan. From April 5th through May 10th, we then held a 30-day public comment period. We received comments from several nonprofit agencies voicing support for the draft annual action plan. We also heard a request from the Bill Wilson Center to restore funding for their Family Advocacy Services program to the same levels as fiscal year 21-22. Tonight is the second and final hearing on the 22-23 annual action plan before we submit it to HUD. Next slide. Please note that we had to make some corrections to the slide after your copies were printed. What you see on the screen is correct and matches what is in the action plan. HUD has yet to announce the exact amounts of HUD and CDBG funding for the 22-23 program year. Thus, we have added contingency language to the plan, and I'll explain how that works. Contingency language details how the city will allocate funds that differ from the estimated expected resources and allows the city to make allocation changes without having to complete a substantial amendment or return to City Council. So for CDBG, if we get more funds than we've projected, we'll take the following steps in this order. If the city receives more CDBG funds, the plan is to restore funding to prior year levels first to the Bill Wilson Center's Family Advocacy Services program. If funding allows, the city would next restore funding to prior year levels for Hope Services. If funding allows, the city would next restore funding to prior year levels for the Bill Wilson Center Family Therapy School Outreach Grief Counseling Program. And if funding allows, the city would then replace housing successor funding with CDBG funding for the Silicon Valley Independent Living Center program. If all four of those options have been accomplished and there's still excess funds, those would go into capital improvements for affordable housing. If conversely, we get less funding than we're expecting, we would first start by reducing the amount of funding for the Bill Wilson Center Family Therapy and School Program to $30,000. If option one is not sufficient, the next reduction would come from Hope Services, bringing that down to $30,000. If options 1 and 2 are not sufficient, staff would recommend that the Senior Nutrition Program be reduced and request that council backfill any reduction with general funds. If further reductions are needed after that, staff would request that the $30,000 minimum grant amount directive be rescinded and that all public service agencies be funded at the 21-22 funding levels. Next slide. Turning to home, if we are to get a higher than expected amount of home funds, the excess funds would be used or allocated to the TBRA, or Tenant-Based Rental Assistance Program, with Abode Services and Bill Wilson Center, sharing proportionally as they are currently proposed to be funded. And that's, of course, after the city's admin and CHOTA development has been set aside. Those are required set-asides. If, however, we get less home funds than we are anticipating, we would lower all activities except for the fair housing services, which would be reduced proportionally based on the percentage of reduced funding. Next slide. And in closing, the staff recommendation is to approve the 2022-23 annual action plan and direct staff to incorporate all public comments prior to the submission to HUD. And with that, we're happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam, so much for that. This is a public hearing. It's open. So I'm going to ask if there's any members of the public that would like to make any statements. I'm not sure if we have any comments, written comments. Yes, Dion, do we have some written comments you'd like to read into the record? You have a what? Oh, a raised hand. Okay, yes. Okay, here we go. Let me try. Sylvia, go ahead, Sylvia.
Hi there. So good evening to all of you. Thank you for staying so late. My name is Sylvia Aboud, and I'm the Executive Director of Heart of the Valley Services for Seniors Incorporated. I want to thank you and express to you how much the board and staff of Heart of the Valley appreciate your continued support and partnership with general funding, which is much needed, as this is money that keeps us open in order to carry out our mission of providing our senior clients services and programs that help keep them living independently in their homes. Since the start of the pandemic, funders' focus has shifted from general funding to COVID, emergency, and special project funding, which Heart of the Valley has been able to apply for and hopefully be granted financial support for, which we also appreciate, but they don't keep us open, making your continued funding even more important and special to all of us at Heart of the Valley. Thank you again so much.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? I don't see any other hands. Do we have written? Yeah, I figured you did. Assistant City Clerk, go ahead.
Okay. Our first public comment is from Jordan Dancer. My name is Jordan Dancer, and I'm the Grants Manager with Nextdoor Solutions to Domestic Violence, and I'm writing in regards to Agenda Item 22-.383. Nextdoor Solutions support the recommendation to approve the 2022-2023 Annual Action Plan and to direct staff to incorporate all public comments prior to HUD. Nextdoor Solution has been a working partner with the City of Santa Clara as well as CDBG funding recipient for many years, focusing on the unmet needs of survivors of domestic violence, including adults and their children. Funding supports the provision of self-sufficiency, case management, and other support services that assist the survivor in stabilizing and increasing their level of self-sufficiency, including housing. Any Santa Clara resident identifying as a victim or survivor is eligible for these services, and NDS work directly with residents of Home Safe Santa Clara, a shared affordable housing complex for survivors and their children. Community and systems advocacy services of crisis intervention counseling, risk assessment and safety planning, legal advocacy and court accompaniment, assistance with filing restraining orders, access to no-cost attorney consultations, and limited scope representation and other support services, and support groups both in English and Spanish with specific groups for the male survivors, LGBTQAIP, and teens. Last year, 76 survivors from the City of Santa Clara received services through one or more programs, and this year through December 2021, 60 survivors had already engaged in services. We would also like to commend staff for the diligent work and dedication to the service of the people of the City of Santa Clara. Thank you for considering our comments. The next one is from Georgia Basil. Dear Mayor Gilmore, members of the Santa Clara City Council, Senior Adults Legal Assistance, SALA, submits these comments for public hearing this evening. SALA provides free legal services to Santa Clara residents 62 or older, targeting clients that are low income or at risk of abuse or loss of independence. SALA is a current grantee of Santa Clara CDBG Public Services funding, and we thank you. We understand SALA is recommended for $16,500 in general fund support in the fiscal year 22-23 Annual Action Plan, which we hope all will be approved so that we can continue our services for Santa Clara residents next year. SALA cannot charge fees for our services or accept fee-generating cases. The primary way we can support our services is through grants such as Santa Clara CDBG or from the general fund. Your funding for SALA also leverages matching funding from other sources to support our services to Santa Clara residents. We hope that we can count on your support by approving the fiscal year 22-23 Action Plan funding recommendation for SALA. The next one is from Katie. My name is Katie Fanton, and I am the Senior Director of Housing for Abode Services. We have been fortunate enough to oversee the TBRA program using home funds for the past several years. Through this program, we have helped families with children move out of their homelessness and into secure and stable housing, resulting in more than 90% of households maintaining housing 2 years after exiting from the TBRA program and not re-entering the homeless system. However, we know that the need for the TBRA program is ever increasing, and we hope that the maximum amount of funding will be available for this program in the new fiscal year. We look forward to continuing to partner with the City of Santa Clara in this work. And our last one is from Sherry Burns. Silicon Valley Independent Living Center. On behalf of Silicon Valley Independent Living Center, I'm writing in support of the 22-23 Annual Action Plan for housing construction and capital improvement priorities, as well as public housing services that support the lower income residents of the city of Santa Clara. It is vitally important to have a balanced approach to meeting the diverse and varied needs of the residents most at risk of homelessness and those who are already experiencing being unhoused. Likewise, SVILC greatly appreciates the continued support of the City of Santa Clara in providing us with funding to provide lower-income older adults and residents with disabilities of all ages and background the necessary education, training, and counseling to maintain and/or secure affordable, accessible housing in the city. Our housing workshops are offered twice weekly online and in person in the community, including the Santa Clara City, outside of the pandemic social distancing protocols. We also assist individuals one-on-one in developing their independent living housing plan and achieving their personal goals. SVILC also provides financial assistance in first month's rent, security deposits, and emergency rent relief as funding is available. Additionally, we have 12 other no-charge independent living support services available to anyone with a functional limitation or disability. We project to be able to serve 55 residents with the city's funding recommendation of $18,000 this coming fiscal year. We look forward to our continued partnership in serving the lower income residents of Santa Clara. End of comment.
Is that it? Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, there was one other letter or email that came in. It came in through public comment and from the from Home Trust, Health Trust, from Teresa Johnson, just expressing her thanks for previous support and that the plan is the plan includes a recommendation for the Health Trust to receive $30,000 to provide home-delivered meals to senior homebound Santa Clara residents. Last year, they provided meals to over 40 City of Santa Clara residents, and they said that currently they are serving about 2,000 meals a week countywide, and it has needless to say, it has gone up exponentially over the last year, and they said actually they're currently serving about 7,000 meals per week and anticipate serving a total of 320,000 meals by the end of June. So they would appreciate our support, or the continued support of the CDBG funds. So,
thank you,
It's
Councilman.
amazing what they do. Vice Mayor Jane?
Yeah, I had a question about the minor home repair program. The CDBG gives about $150,000 to that program, which is to help people with repairs. I think it comes to about $4,000 per home. How does someone apply to that? How does someone get the assistance for home repairs, like a leaky roof or whatever? Can somebody explain that? Yeah.
I'm happy to answer that question, Council Member. That the NCIP program is a longstanding program, and it is now both a grant program for smaller projects and for larger projects that have a much larger scope. They would be, we'd still be able to offer grants. We do have an application on our website. We can share that with you. And it's through the Community Development Department, through the Housing and Community Services Division.
Okay, thank you. I would like to make a motion to approve.
Not yet. Councilmember Becker? We have to close the public hearing first. But let's get these comments in.
Yeah, I was just going to say the same. I make a motion to close the public hearing.
Yeah, that's fine.
Madam Mayor.
Did you have comments?
Nope, I was going to make a motion.
Motion to close public hearing?
Second.
Oh, wait, do you have comments?
My other device, e-comment that I have here.
Go for it.
Okay.
Oh, that just came in. Go ahead.
Drink some water.
It's just one. It's from Pilar Furlong. It states that fiscal year 23 action plan includes recommendations for award of CDBG funds to agencies providing services to low and extremely low income residents in Santa Clara. Bill Wilson Center receives CDBG funds to support school-based counseling services for youth and families, as well as homelessness prevention program for students and their families in the Santa Clara Unified School District. Please approve the plan so Bill Wilson Center can continue to provide vital services to youth and families. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion to close the public hearing from Councilmember Becker. Was there a second? Second from Councilmember Hardy?
I seconded.
Oh, from Vice Mayor Jane. All right. Motion second to close the public hearing, so we'll wait to register our vote on that.
I vote yes.
Okay, please register your vote to close the public hearing. So that passes unanimously. And Vice Mayor Jane, you had a motion for
Yeah,
approval?
I would like to move to approve the 2022-23 annual action plan, basically staff's recommendation.
Second.
Motion and a second for staff's recommendation. Any comments on that?
Yeah, Mayor. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you again for the presentation. Really appreciate it.
Okay, so motion second. So please register your vote.
Yes.
Thank you.
And that passes unanimously with one absent. So that's it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Adam and Eric.
Thank you.
For the presentations this evening and everybody who called and wrote in for this. It's a great program and glad we're renewing everything this year. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, next, under the public hearings, we have action on a vesting tentative subdivision map for 1530 to 1540 Pomeroy Avenue in Santa Clara. So I don't know who's taking that, but prior to anything, I want to make sure that our city attorney can give his
Mayor,
opinion on this. Yes.
before we have this item, could we take a 5-minute wellness break?
Yes. 5-minute comfort break. Yes. Okay. Is that what you're saying? Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for bearing with us on our break. So we're on item number 8, which is action on a vesting tentative subdivision map for 1530 to 1540 Pomeroy Avenue. And I'm going to go to our attorney first to make some comments on this item.
Mayor and council, in light of recent changes in the state of the law to advance housing opportunities and the fact that this project is consistent with the general plan, the city discretion in this matter is limited. The city cannot take action to reduce the number of housing units presented by the project or require a rezone because it is consistent with the general plan. If there is any sense of the council leaning towards a denial of this project, the city would have to find a specific adverse impact on the public health and safety that's supported by the record. So those are the guidelines as you walk through your consideration of this item, and will be available for any questions through this process.
Is there any questions for the city attorney on that? Okay, I don't see any questions. So Director Crabtree, go ahead, please. Oh, I'm
Thank
not
you,
seeing it. Hold on a second.
I don't see request to speak either.
All right, go ahead, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Sanchez, this has been a very controversial project for a long time. This goes back to 2019, I think even earlier, maybe even 2018. And we had I spoke to a lot of residents back then because I was on the Planning Commission. A lot of concerns about that, a lot of safety concerns, especially around being its nearest school and in a very, I think what the residents called also a very controversial intersection. And the impacts of traffic. So my question to you is, it's almost like we aren't allowed to say no, but are we allowed to say no? Are we allowed to vote no is basically if any, you need a majority basically, but are you allowed to vote no? Because seeing concerns that I had from a lot of residents, I kind of want to keep consistent from the past, even though I know the state laws now have changed and it's very, I'm all about building housing and stuff like that. It just, my concern is, we're losing basically local control to say anything. So are we allowed to say no? Are we allowed to vote? Or is it supposed to be a specifically yes across the board from everybody?
Councilmember Becker, to answer your question, you hit the nail on the head. There is a severe constraint on local land use authority when it comes to specific housing projects like this one. Mm-hmm. There is very limited control that the city would now have, except in the most urgent of public health and safety situations. Each individual council member is free to vote their conscience on this. But I say in terms of the council body as a whole, if it is to deny it, there is a very high threshold that you have to meet in order to make that a defensible decision. And as the council considers this, I'll be available to walk you through that threshold.
So have you known any cities that have actually done, again, I've been trying to do some research myself. I think it's Los Altos had the same similar issue about this. So basically, is any cities trying to fight this, and has any cities been successful trying to fight this?
It's fairly new legislation, and the cities are now and the counties are now just walking through these projects. I'm not aware of a specific project that has actually tried to challenge this legally. Mm-hmm. We can do some research and get that information to you, but I'm not aware of any as I sit here tonight.
Great, thank you, because, I'm glad you explained that, because then our residents can understand this a little more, because they are still trying to comprehend this state law, and knowing that sometimes, as much as we disagree, a lot of the time now our hands are tied. So I'm glad you provided that feedback, because a lot of our residents are really struggling with this issue.
Thank you. That's why I wanted the city attorney to talk to us about this ahead of time, because this is not like other projects we have before us where we have a lot of discretion. We have a very narrow view of discretion on this project and others that may come like it because of the state laws, which none of us are happy with because we lose our local control. So that's the reality. So Director Crabtree, if you'd like to get started, please.
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Andrew Crabtree, Director of Community Development, and I'll be giving the presentation. Next slide, please. So the item for your consideration tonight is a request to grant a vesting tentative subdivision map that would allow the subdivision of 2 existing parcels, highlighted here on this aerial photo in red, into 8 condominium lots and a common parcel. The project site is located on the west side of Pomeroy Avenue, just south of El Camino Real at 1530 and 1540 Pomeroy. And the governing section of the city municipal code is Title 17, which regulates subdivisions of property and requires that subdivisions be considered by the city council. And subdivisions that result in 5 or more parcels are also considered by the planning commission, which then makes a recommendation to the city council. And in this case, the planning commission recommended approval of the subdivision. Title 17 also establishes specific criteria for the city to use when evaluating and acting on a subdivision. Next slide, please. The 2 parcels involved in the subdivision are similar in size, but have different general plan and zoning designations. The more southern parcel, 1530 Pomeroy, is designated for very low density residential development, and the more northern parcel, 1540 Pomeroy, which is closer to El Camino Real, is designated for community mixed use development, which allows a mix of commercial and residential use, or in the case of the El Camino Real corridor, also allows for purely residential development at a slightly higher density than in the very low density residential designation. Each property is currently developed with a single family residence. And I'll talk about this more, but there is an existing entitlement for the 2 properties that allows for the development of 2 single family residences on 1530 Pomeroy and 6 attached townhouses on 1540 Pomeroy. Next slide, please. So as I just mentioned, the project developer received an entitlement for the property in 2021 that allows the development of 8 units in total on the project site. So that land use entitlement has already been granted. A different project at this location was just alluded to, which included a rezoning to allow 4 units on each of the 2 parcels, a total of 8 units. Also, it was previously denied by the City Council in 2018. In addition, though, to having a different configuration than that project, the 2021 entitlement went through a different entitlement process, utilizing state law provisions established in Assembly Bill AB 3194. And AB 3194 allows development of a project consistent with the general plan without rezoning if the proposed project conforms to the objective development standards of an existing zoning district that is consistent with the general plan. As is likely becoming more and more familiar to the City Council, various state laws that have been recently enacted now limit the discretion of local jurisdictions in their review of residential projects, so that we are only allowed to consider objective standards in many cases, such as numerical setbacks, height limits, and et cetera, which do not require subjective judgment. And this is particularly applied to residential projects. Next slide, please. So through the process established under AB 3194, the project applicant was granted an entitlement in August 2021 that allows the development depicted on this slide, consisting of 2 single-family residences on the southern parcel and 6 attached townhouses on the northern of the 2 parcels. So really going to emphasize at this point that this entitlement's already been granted, and that's not what's being considered by the City Council tonight. What's being considered by the City Council tonight is the requested subdivision of these parcels into condominium lots. We should also note that the project in some ways responds to feedback that was given at the 2018 City Council hearing. In particular, that there was expressed at that time a preference. The prior project distributed the 8 units evenly across the site, and there was a preference expressed at that time that, if possible, the density be focused more on the northern of the 2 parcels, which in fact this proposal does, by placing 2 units on the southern parcel and then the 6 on the northern. And this is in part responds to the interface. The southern parcel is adjacent to single-family uses to the south and west, while the northern parcel is bordered by commercial uses along its 2 property lines to the north and west. Next slide, please. So there was a considerable discussion about the entitlement process at the Planning Commission hearing on this vesting tentative map proposal. So I'd like to briefly summarize the process again. As mentioned, the project was granted architectural approval in 2021, and the city's review at that time was limited to consistency with applicable requirements in the zoning code. Per the city's municipal code, the review of the subdivision map is similarly limited to a review of consistency with applicable requirements stated in Chapter 1705 of the code. And that review, as first conducted by staff on January 11th of this year, and then by the Planning Commission on March 9th of this year, with both finding the project to be consistent with the code requirements. Next slide, please. We received the total of 14 letters in opposition to this project, 7 earlier and an additional 7 have come in since then. 13 of them are a form letter that identifies 4 areas of concern: traffic levels on Pomeroy, pedestrian safety, the vehicle traffic safety, and on-street parking. The 14th expresses concern that the development will damage an existing avocado tree on the property adjacent to the south of 1530 Pomeroy. So these issues are really outside of the scope of the current item under consideration based on the criteria in our code is that we follow for their review. But they were considered as part of the environmental review process completed earlier for the architectural approval. The development of the 8 residences, which is 6 more than the existing condition, was found not to result in a significant impact upon traffic or safety conditions. While the project is not subject to requirements to do so, the applicant did voluntarily agree to measures included within the project to minimize the potential impact to existing trees, including the avocado tree on the adjacent property. Next slide, please. As stated, the city's review for the current item under consideration, vesting tentative map, is limited to an evaluation of the conformance of the proposed map to the city's applicable development standards. These include land use, density, minimum lot size, maximum lot coverage standards within the 2 respective applicable zoning districts, in this case, the city's R3 18D and R3 36D districts, as well as the issues mentioned earlier by the city attorney. As summarized in this table, the project conforms with the zoning district standards. The map supports residential use of the subject properties consistent with the allowed land uses. As a condominium map, the map conforms to minimum lot size, and lot coverage and density are similarly conform to the city standards. Next slide, please. So staff and the Planning Commission have at this point both determined that the proposed subdivision will not result in any inconsistencies with the general plan and zoning designations for the property, building code, or other applicable requirements, and thus both recommend approval of the proposed vesting tentative map. Staff is available for your questions.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. So I'm going to now go to the council members for questions. Councilmember Becker.
Sorry, Mayor, I don't have a question.
Oh, Vice Mayor
My
Jane.
apologies.
Yes, thank you, Director Crabtree. When I was on Planning Commission, there were a lot of cases where people were proposing developments, and we put requirements into the conditions of approval that the garages be left open for parking. and so that we didn't have cars spilling out onto the street. I know that the new laws, the ADU laws and SB 9, pretty much have kind of gotten rid of parking requirements for certain developments. Is it possible to add requirements that the garages actually be used for parking?
Get all your questions and then we'll...
That's the only question I had.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Watanabe?
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Andrew, for the presentation. I remember when this came before us back in 2018, and actually I had met with a lot of the residents over on Pomeroy when it was coming up for presentation to the council. And I heard the concerns of the neighbors, and I walked through the neighborhood, and I'm sure those, I mean, based on the presentation, I mean, those concerns are still there, and nothing has changed. My question is, based on the division of the property, I mean, is there a developer already interested in building here, or is this just an opportunity to divide the two parcels into lots, and if somebody comes along? That's my question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other council members have questions? Okay, seeing none, Director Crabtree, we have those two questions.
Thank you.
The garages and the other, is there a developer?
Yeah. So first, when the architectural approval was granted in 2021, it included permit conditions, and there is one that the garages be kept clear for cars, that be written into the CC&Rs. So that was addressed and agreed to by the applicant already as part of that approval process. I believe the applicant is present here, and maybe would be best to address the question from Councilmember Watanabe.
Oh, thank you. I wasn't sure if we had that. There is an applicant. So applicant? What is the applicant's name? Director Crabtree? Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is that our applicant? Omen Shakari?
Yes.
Okay. Are you, okay, Omen? There you go.
Yes.
Hello.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of council. Good evening. My name is Omid Shakari. We are actually the developers. We've done several developments in city of Santa Clara, including the townhouses on Homestead. There are two sets of actually development in Homestead. We've done actually about 8 homes down the street on Pomeroy Avenue in the past. So we are the developers also. It's not for, subdividing this and selling it. We actually intend to develop it.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any other comments, questions? I'll go to members of the public now. Assistant City Clerk, do you have any e-comments or those comments? Or if we have any member of the public in the audience that would like to speak, you can come forward, please. Can you come, Lavelle, can you come to the microphone? Thank you very much.
There is a neighbor on Pomeroy who tried to zoom in, and he was not able to zoom in. So, I mean, he had some very valuable comments. Also, I want to say that if you expect parking, extra parking on Pomeroy, there isn't any. That can be a safety issue, and it is a safety issue. Traffic on Pomeroy between the El Camino and Calabasas is a safety and health issue. So I just want to read what I have, but since nobody else is here, maybe I could take their few minutes. But anyway.
You don't have anyone to give you those few minutes, so go ahead.
Try.
Lavelle, if you'd like to speak, can we start all over again? Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Since 2006, the Pomeroy neighbors have contested massive redevelopment on Pomeroy Avenue, and that is for almost 20 years. And when we talk about Pomeroy Avenue, it is between the El Camino and Calabasas, not further down. So that's a health and safety issue in itself. So we not only have this project with X number of living units, but we also have the deck, which is on the El Camino, but a half a block from Pomeroy, with 66 units. Then we also have the development, which has already been approved, on Calabasas and the El Camino. And we know that people will be using both Pomeroy and Calabasas for transporting their kids to schools. There are 3 elementary schools on Pomeroy on the other side of Calabasas Creek. Again, we're talking about the creek and the El Camino, and beyond the creek is a high school. There are, 3 elementary schools. There's a church. All of these facilities, which the people who live not only in this development will want to use, but then also the people who live, in the deck, and also at Calabasas and the El Camino. Presently, the neighbors on, is that it? How about my son?
Okay, go ahead. You can take Jerry's time.
Okay. Presently, the neighbors on the El Camino are objecting to the redevelopment on Pomeroy for the same reasons listed for the last nearly 20 years. And you have all of those reasons before you. Additionally, we must consider, again, the impact of the deck, and also the other development of Calabasas and the El Camino on Pomeroy. And anyway, all of these reasons are what the Pomeroy neighbors have against the redevelopment of this one specific project. And don't forget that the Spino project is still there, but it has been suspended for now, but it is still there. So we have 2 major projects right on the Pomeroy Avenue, and then the 2 that are on either side of Pomeroy. So, and you have to consider the health and safety of all these projects and the people who are not only living on Pomeroy, but then also living in all of these units. I mean, just even think about the number of cars, 2 cars per unit. Let's say the deck, 66 units times 2, and then also for the other project on Calabasas, 60 units, 2 cars per apartment, let's say. So the whole thing is such a mess. And I don't know why the developers choose that one little section of the city between El Camino and Calabasas Creek for this massive redevelopment. So anyway.
Thank you, Lavelle. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this issue? Okay, John, go ahead, John. You're muted. There you go.
Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
So the city attorney sort of bullied the project planning commission meeting into the same vote that he's trying to hear, and obviously points out that he's looking for an objective reason that's going to create an adverse impact. And this adverse impact has been identified in the MND, where the developer himself has identified a significant adverse impact. Now, he follows with a mitigation measure, and this is BR3, but the BR3 is not in compliance with the city code. So all I would ask is that you adjust the mitigation measure BR3 to be in compliance with the city code. And that's simply striking simple verbiage of defining the space of the TPZ for as close to the proposed building foundation as possible versus the 15 feet that's recognized as acceptable as well as in the code. Now, that's an easy fix to make it comply. It's also a reason to deny the application, in my opinion, because it's an objective reason why this application fails to meet city code and gives you the objection necessary, which would cause an adverse impact. And additionally, if you go further deeper, the whole application is a complete misleading, fraudulent piece, because if you go to page 4 of the arborist tree report, it's not even presenting data regarding the project at hand. So not only are you making decisions on information that's irrelevant to your decision, but it's been defrauded throughout this entire process. And if he's going to try and use a loophole, maybe 3194, this is a simple route using the law to deny this project. So there should be no question of liability on your end unless this tree falls on my house and the neighbor's house and kills someone.
Okay. Any other public comments? Okay. Council or city attorney, did you have something to say? Oh, I thought you popped up. Oh, another hand? Okay. Brian, go ahead, Brian.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Brian Winter. I'm a land use attorney at Miller Star Regalia on behalf of the applicant, and briefly want to agree very briefly in connection with the support that staff have already provided for this project, as well as the Planning Commission's recommendation that the City Council approve this project. And I provided a brief letter today to the council that you may or may not have had an opportunity to read already, to put the project in the context in which it resides, which is the protections that are provided by the Housing Accountability Act. And this project is undoubtedly protected by the HAA, which is a housing production statute that applies to housing projects such as this and severely constrains the ability of local agencies to disapprove such projects. The HAA, I'm skipping a great many details, but the HAA is not concerned with subjective standards and is not concerned with health and safety issues, except insofar as they are defined stringently by the HAA. And objective, as I think the city knows already, is defined quite clearly to mean involving no personal or subjective judgment by a public official, as well as being uniformly verifiable by reference to an external and uniform benchmark or standard that's knowable and available to the applicant, the proponent, and the public official. In addition, the HAA specifies that a specific adverse impact, as the HAA is concerned, that would possibly provide, and not in this case, of course, but would possibly provide a basis to lawfully disapprove a project, is one that would have a specific adverse impact on public health and safety. And that is defined stringently in the statute to mean something that's significant, all of these things, significant, quantifiable, direct, unavoidable, and based on objective, identified standards, et cetera.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Thank you. All right, is there anyone else? Waiting. Okay, City Council.
Motion to close the public hearing?
It's not a public hearing.
Oh, it isn't? Oh, I bet.
It's not a public hearing. So, Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So it's kind of like a rock in between, in between a rock and a hard place. And, on one hand, you're going to go against the state. On the other hand, you're going to go against the residents in a neighborhood. But yet the state has an upper hand. They make the laws, and we have to follow laws. Yet, I see all the concerns of the residents. I spoke to a lot of these residents 2018, 2019, when I was on the Planning Commission. I spoke to our former mayor's wife, Mrs. Scsa here, especially about the project that's going to be built next to her property that's going to be near Calabasas. A lot of concerns that I've heard from these neighbors. So nothing's changed. The concerns are still there. The impacts are still there. And I understand that. I 100% understand that. But, it comes down to it. Well, to me personally, I see the project as trying to fit a, square peg into a round hole. It just doesn't fit with the neighborhood. But as I said, nothing has changed. So since then, the state has implemented these standards. The rules are, I'm about creating more housing. We're in the middle of a housing crisis. We have to fight the housing crisis. Yet this housing isn't affordable housing. This is going to be market rate housing that's going to sell very pricey. And I think that's a little unfair, considering the crisis that we're in right now. We should be building more affordable housing. But that's, I guess, against what we're trying to accomplish here tonight. Again, I feel that there should be some sort of local control, but the state feels differently. We need to build that housing, as I said. Sorry. So I have a question for our city attorney, because maybe he can elaborate to our residents what these mountain of steps would be to prove these findings, to find something with dealing with public health and safety. What would those steps take? Because I want our residents to kind of see that, I guess, the mountain that they're going to create if we fight this, and the consequences. But I kind of want them to know what the steps are that you have to take to get to there, because it's a long process. I know that for sure through the law. But again, it comes down to, I want to say to the residents that I've spoke to over the years on these types of projects that I am sorry. We fought this. We stopped it back then. Councilmember Watanabe, she said back then there was the same exact concerns, and she was on the council at that time, and she supported fighting this, and I appreciate that. But it gets down to I feel like I failed you in a way, that I can't fight for you because the state says, and we have to follow the law. But like I said, it was a rock in between between a hard place, and the state has the upper hand, and so I have to follow the state law. And although as much as I disagree with it, the law is the law. So I apologize to the residents of that neighborhood. I would like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Right, a motion, a second to approve staff recommendation. Vice Mayor Jane.
Andrew or Jim, I wanted to understand the issue with the avocado tree. They said it's a protected tree. Does that mean that it's more than 24 inches in diameter? And how close is it to the fence line? And I wanted to understand just sort of in general what the legal consequences are. Let's say my neighbor plants a tree right on the fence line, and after a while it grows to be a certain size. Does that prohibit me from doing anything in the root zone of that tree? I just kind of wanted to understand what the limitations are for, say, a protected tree.
Should I answer that now?
Oh, sorry. Let me go to Councilmember Watanabe. Do you have questions? Okay, if no questions, then go ahead, Director Crabtree.
All right, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. So the city does have a tree removal ordinance that addresses trees of a certain size when they're being proposed to be removed. In this case, the tree is not being proposed to be removed. The neighbor who's concerned about it is really referencing sort of an analysis about the potential of the development near the tree to have an impact on it. As mentioned, the applicant has agreed to avoid working within the drip line of the tree. That's typically sort of defines where the roots are, although sometimes they can extend beyond that. And that's a measure that's often used to try to protect a tree. But there isn't a legal obligation in our code to avoid doing any work within the root of a tree. People often have perhaps that situation in their backyards if they put in patio or a gazebo or some structure like that, pool, where they may be doing work that would be where roots from a tree on a neighboring property are located, and there's nothing in the city's code that prevents one from doing that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I just want to reiterate what I said earlier. Lavelle, I did go out and spend time with your neighbors. I walked the properties out there and the streets, and I saw the safety and health concerns. One of your neighbors was trying to sell his house at the time. Very nice house. And he actually, I think it took almost a year for him to sell the house because people saw how narrow the street was and the parking concerns. And several of the neighbors expressed how their cars had been hit by people speeding through this. Exactly, yes, he did. And I've, on occasion, I've driven down that street, just to see how things are, and nothing has changed. It's still as narrow as it was then, and there are just as many cars. And so when I take all of this into consideration, and actually there was another message that came in from maybe it's Mr. Robles, who lives at 1468 Pomeroy, expressing all these very same things. And the concerns and the safety and the speeding drivers and the lack of parking and the way I feel right now, it's not personal and it's not subjective. I'm looking at what's best for the residents, and I understand that this is a state mandate, and we're subjected as a result of legislation, but at the same time, I have to ask City Attorney if we were to say no. I know there's a motion on the floor. However, if we were to say no, what position would that put the city in? Well,
A couple of issues would arise if there wasn't a record sufficient to support a denial and the council acted to do that. The first is that the applicant would have the right to go and seek a court order to overturn that, basically challenging the action as exceeding state law. And on that basis, if they prevail, they would also be entitled to the attorney's fees. And the council would be faced with an order directing you to go back and, in essence, approve it. It's not a very favorable approach in terms of legislation and exposing the city to liability. And we've heard from cities throughout the state that this is what they are faced with. This is the loss of local land use authority. You understand the dynamics of the need for housing and the import of that, but that's the problem that's been pushed down to the state level, from the state level down to our level. And it's just not, from a legal standpoint, something that we would be able to defend.
There is a ballot measure, I believe, a statewide ballot measure to try and overturn. Is it either SB 9 or is it AB 1318 or whatever it is, 3194?
I believe that's it. We can get a confirmation on that for you.
Okay, because I was wondering if there, if that ballot measure was successful, then would it put us in a position to be able to say, okay, then we're not going to approve projects like this? That
My understanding of that is that it would expand the ability of local jurisdictions to a greater degree than we have currently.
Yeah.
But I haven't done an assessment of it. And so at this point, what I would tell you is state law is, as we've discussed tonight, and frankly, that's the basis from which the council would have to act tonight.
but I could still say no, even if.
It's within your power to make a decision voting against a project like this. But if the entire council majority goes in that direction, we've identified what the likely consequences would be of that.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you. I actually know this area very well, and everyone talks about the narrowness of the street at Pomeroy near El Camino. I don't know if a lot of people know this, but it's in my district, and it's actually along my route to work. Especially when I'm taking a bike or a scooter to the train station. And it narrows significantly at Calabasas, north of Calabasas to El Camino. And I've walked that many, many, many times. In fact, it narrows enough that diverts the bicycle trail along Calabasas off to the east. But if I want to go to the train station, I actually continue forward and head west. I think that it's unfortunate that the lots here are pretty deep and they're pretty big. And it's unfortunate that the only thing we can think of for lots of this type are more typical housing. I complained when the city made decisions at the place where the Secret Garden burned down. Like, that was a very deep lot, and we approved housing there that was just normal housing. Didn't take into account the fact that we had a deep lot at all, which was unfortunate. It's unfortunate also to hear, like, we have a saying where I come from, which is, if you like the customer, then you give them a solution. If you don't like the customer, you do what the contract requires. You do what's legally required, or you do what's legally allowed. And it was very unfortunate to hear that type of, that stance from the lawyer of the applicant. That was it wasn't a great thing to hear. I find it very difficult to, I don't want to approve the project, but I don't want to put the city in jeopardy either. I don't know how you resolve that easily. I think it's unfortunate that a lot of the decisions are being made in a very general way by people who've never been to the city and who've never had look at the projects or look at the properties, or think of them in the context of the city or the residents. That's very unfortunate. And I hope the other residents out there who don't live in this area realize that this is not just for this project. It's going to be a lot more projects throughout the city unless we can do something. I guess my question would be, if we approve this, as Council Member Watanabe suggested, if we approve this and they do not overturn but change the state laws, like, would we be able to reconsider this project, or is that decision, once the decision's done, it's done? And if that's if the decision is done once we make it, is there a possibility of delaying our decision on this project tonight?
Thank you. I'm going to have the city attorney answer that.
Mayor and council, as to the first issue, as to whether if there's a change in law down the road, would that have some impact on the city's ability to review this again? There's a concept of vesting rights that will be established upon council approval. And so at that point, there wouldn't be the ability to go back even with the subsequent change of law.
Thank you. The second issue was, could we delay this enough? And I don't know, it would have to be, if that's assuming that there would be even a ballot measure, when that would be months, possibly years.
My recommendation to you would be that if you're delaying it in the hopes that there might be a change of law in the future, you are actually walking into a situation where you are, in essence, denying the project. And on that basis, you would be facing the same issues as you would if you voted to deny the project.
Thank you. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor. First, what Councilmember Watanabe was saying, very well said, and thank you for reiterating that. We needed to hear that. Secondly, as a kid going to Pomeroy, I used to walk around this area a lot, and I agree how narrow it is dangerous. When I used to walk to the market and see candy over there on the corner, it was dangerous. And Pomeroy actually used to warn us and warn parents about how dangerous it was, especially during school rush hour. So that, the concerns, they're always going to be there. So I wholeheartedly understand that. I had a question for this city attorney, which I had from before, and a second part to it now, which is, how do you prove the findings, and what is the process to explain to our residents, and how much of a mountain that is? At the same time, would we have to prove the findings now at this actual meeting? And then let's see, lastly is the owner is entitled to do what they want. They are going to move forward with their project. It is what it is the saying, and I think I said it before too. We're stuck, like Councilmember Park was saying, we're going to open ourselves to legal jeopardy if we say one way. And then at the same time, we're going to upset our residents. So we're stuck in between a rock and a hard place. But it's to the point where I think the Planning Commission said it, I think when I was watching one of their meetings, and it was a discussion on this and prior before to some of these items, is it's almost like it's becoming a rubber stamp process. And it almost poses the question is, why are we here then? And a lot of people ask that question. Why are you here if you have no control? And I said, take that up with your state representatives. Take it up with your state representatives. I 100% believe in housing. We need to build the housing. We need to build affordable housing. But sometimes when a project doesn't fit, it just doesn't fit. But because the state law has tied my hands tonight, I have to do what the state law says without exposing ourselves to a lawsuit. But again, I agree with Councilmember Watanabe. She hit it nail on the head. And we are trying to fight for residents. And trust me, we are fighting for you. But this is a fight we will lose. And we have to do what is right to save our residents. So I'm sorry, Lavelle, and to your neighbors, I am really deeply sorry. We tried as hard as we can. But again, the state has the upper hand. So thank you.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. The loss of local control, this is an example of it, and we're going to be facing a lot more of these in the future. And there are forces out there that are fighting this, and hopefully we can all join in, and I know League of California Cities is, and others, that we have to band together so that we have control over what happens in our community, because it's only us that know our community and not the state. The state doesn't know Santa Clara like we know Santa Clara, like our residents know Santa Clara. But our hands are tied on this. This is an example of what they've done to us and forcing things on our community that we have problems with. But at this point, it's our job not to put the city at risk. And by not approving this project, we are putting the city at risk. And we can't afford that, unfortunately. So anyways, we have a motion and a second on the floor.
Mayor,
Yes.
could the city attorney please explain that question to our residents so they understand it? What you would have to do for the findings and stuff like that, because I know that was a.
Oh, he said it earlier. You want him to repeat?
Oh,
Go
sure.
ahead, City Attorney, repeat what you said earlier.
So, Mayor and Council, at the introduction, I did identify that if the council was to deny the project, they would have to make a specific finding of a specific adverse impact on public health and safety that would be supported by substantial evidence in the record. Here, what we have heard is obviously evidence of concern about traffic, about pedestrian safety, those types of things. The challenge is to be able to say that that is something that's directly related to this project and its impact, or is it a cumulative issue? My sense of this is that it would not be enough to survive a challenge if the council was to deny it.
And we would have to prove those findings tonight,
Yes.
correct? There you go, folks. We can't do it.
Thank you, City Attorney. All right, Assistant City Clerk. Please register your vote. We're all holding our noses on this.
Councilmember Park, please cast your vote.
Can I abstain?
No. Unless you have a reason. Do you have a financial reason? I guess you could. It's not advisable to abstain because you don't want to vote on something without a financial reason for abstaining. But I guess you could if you just don't feel like voting on it. But you'd have to state that.
Mayor, if he does abstain and then let's say it fails, what happens in that situation?
I don't know. We'll have
in a
to see.
hole?
Is there a reason for your abstention?
I can't support the motion, but I can't vote against it.
So you just can't make up your mind? Is that it? Is that your reason? I mean, that's a reason, but there has to be something.
I can't support the motion yet. I think that it would be. I can't support the motion.
Well,
but
then
I think it would be. It would be. It would not be a good thing to vote against it.
Okay, well, if that was your chance to say whatever you wanted to say, and that's what you said. So please register your votes, please.
Abstain.
Okay, that motion passes 4 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention. All right. Thank you. That one left a bad taste. All right. Next on our agenda is action on an amendment to covenants, conditions, and restrictions, CC&Rs for Casa del Rey Homeowner Association located at 1303 Carmen Court. And this was a result of one of our 030 policies regarding the CC&Rs for Carmen Court. I don't know who's taking this.
Director Crabtree
Thank
will
you,
walk
City
us.
Manager. Director Crabtree, this one's yours as well.
I'll be introducing it, and then I think partnering with the city attorney on this presentation.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. So next slide, please. As just mentioned by the mayor, this item is on the agenda tonight as a result of a written petition that was submitted to the city council on January 4th, and at the January 11th city council meeting, the council voted to place the item on a future agenda, which is why it's on the agenda tonight. And this is regarding a development at 1303 Carmen Court, the Casa del Rey development that has a homeowners association. It's a 40-unit common interest development. And the CC&Rs for the project were developed in 1978. There is a provision in the city's code that requires review of CC&Rs by the city prior to amendments. And that's supposed to happen before the homeowners association acts to amend their CC&Rs. So if the homeowners association wants to amend their CC&Rs, this process in the city code where they submit the proposed amendment to the city for the city's review before they take action on it. However, in this case, the HOA did take that action in November 2022 without the city attorney office review by the city and approval, and now have sought retroactive approval, which led to concerns being raised by our city attorney's office on the proposed amendments to those CC&Rs. Next slide, please. So I think I will turn it over to the city attorney at this point to continue the presentation.
Thank you, Director Crabtree. City Attorney?
Mayor and Council, so as was described, there was basically an approval of the CC&Rs before coming to the city and working with the city to have, if there are refinements necessary, those types of things. Our office ultimately worked through a number of issues and agreed that we would waive all requirements except two that we felt were fundamental. One of them was requiring that any future exterior structural changes be submitted to the city for architectural approval in advance, if that was to happen in the future. And then secondly, that there would be a statement in the CC&Rs that indicate the city is a third-party beneficiary. The reason for that is if there's ever a need to enforce that at some point down the road, that would be the city's basis, legal basis to enforce. Absent that, you don't have the ability to seek enforcement of those. So those were the two issues that kind of hung things up. And at this point, our recommendation is that the city ask and require those two items to be included and that those be added as changes to the adopted CC&Rs.
Thank you. That's very reasonable. Councilmember Becker?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Sanchez, for that information. I would like to make a motion to take staff's recommendation to inform the Casa del Rey Homeowners Association that revisions consistent with the city attorney's office direction will be required before the council will consider the approval of the revised CC&Rs consistent with established practice.
Is there a second? I'll second that. Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, I had submitted these questions to staff earlier. Why does the city attorney's office have to look at all the CC&Rs of all the projects? And who pays for the cost of reviewing them when they're initially drafted and then when they are amended, every time that they are amended? And is that standard practice in the Bay Area? And why are we taking on this cost?
Okay, anyone else with questions? Councilmember Hardy.
It's along the same lines. I guess I'm confused as to why this had to come to the council. What all I saw was they didn't want to take another vote, and that was confusing to me. So I wondered if council had could shed any light.
City Attorney, you want to answer those questions? Thank you.
So as to the information that was given to us was that it would be too expensive and time-consuming to go back and make those changes at this stage. I can't speak to the validity of that. I can just tell you that's what was shared with us. As to the questions from the Vice Mayor, who pays for it? It is a general fund cost to have the city attorney's office go through and evaluate these CCNRs when they come through. I don't believe it's a big job that we are asked to do on a regular basis. I think it's an occasional task, but it is a cost to the general fund every time we do that. And as to why the city does that, we do it in essence because of the common areas that are involved with these types of developments, and to provide a level of additional assurance to the residents and those who are buying and those who live within those planned unit developments in those areas, that those the conditions and restrictions are reasonable and enforced. So that's why we do it. Other communities do it. We did a quick survey within Santa Clara County and actually within the Bay Area. There are 3 communities within Santa Clara County that do that. We were also aware in the county of Alameda, there were at least 3 other cities that did that as well. So is it a common practice? I can say that probably about 1/3 of the communities that we looked at do this. But is it a majority practice? I couldn't tell you that.
Thank you for that. All my years, I don't even remember ever doing this, so it's not very often. And it was 030 policy that this council asked the city attorney's office to do this. So we asked them to do this for us. So, but I don't think it comes up very often at all. So, and I think it was Keith Statenfield that requested it back then. So, and the work is done now. So, we have a motion and a second. Vice Mayor Jane, your name is still up. Are you done? Or do you have more?
I had a follow-up question. This is one of those laws where it's on the books, but is like rarely enforced. And the fact that Keith Statenfeld was a planning commissioner, he probably knew our codes. But I imagine there's a lot of HOAs that amend their CCNRs and don't have the city review it. So where does that leave us?
Obviously, from our standpoint, we can only act when we have information to act upon. The way the code exists right now, we would move forward to attempt to enforce. If the council was inclined to do something different, we could certainly bring forward a code amendment to that end so that the staff would not have to engage at that level with that time. But it would take a code amendment process.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hardy?
If I'm remembering right, it was 79 or 78 that this CCNR was originally done. And so it's obviously out of compliance with basic laws or anything at this point. So if they don't do anything and if it doesn't pass, does the old law stay, the old CCNR stay in place even though it's out of date?
So as I understand your question, there was action taken without compliance with the city code.
Right.
And so is that action legal? And as long as the codes are on the books, as your city attorney, I'm obliged to enforce them. And I would take the position that if we needed to challenge that, those updated CCNRs are not legal, but that's a private issue that the individual private property owners would have to deal with. But from my standpoint, I would question the legality of those not having complied with the city code.
Thank you.
So the work is done, and our staff spent time on it based on our referral. So we have a motion and a second. Do we have any public members that would like to speak on this issue? Oh, is that, hold on. Councilmember Park, go ahead.
Yeah, I hate to do this to the city attorney, But could you repeat your answer that you gave to Councilmember Hardy? I missed a large portion of that. I apologize.
The question was about the legality of the changes that were made without city approval. And if that's the question.
Yes, and then you were, yeah.
Yes. So
Yes, and then you were explaining, and you said something about it would be without city approval, and I missed your answer.
Yes. So my response was that if it didn't comply with the city code, the changes didn't comply with the city code, I question the legal validity of the new changes to the CC&Rs. And if they're not legally valid, then arguably the old ones are the ones that stay in play. But again, from that standpoint, it would be a private party issue unless we felt we needed to move forward with an enforcement action.
Does that mean that they could continue to run as if the new covenants were in place, and the city would only have an issue if what that means? Like, if an enforcement issue came up, if somebody complained, what would constitute the city needing to get involved?
So it could happen a couple of different ways. Here, if we are made aware that they have refused to make the changes, we don't approve the changes, we may be in a position where we would have to take enforcement action at that point. I'm not prepared to give you that analysis here on the floor as we sit today. But another issue that would come up for them is if they have other property owners that are seeking to do something in reliance on those new CC&Rs, they may independently raise those issues because it is now a public knowledge. So it could come up in a couple of different ways. And so without knowing what their next response will be, I can't, and I frankly, I don't know that I would want to give you legal advice here in the public arena. That would be a closed session matter if we were looking at recommending legal enforcement of it.
Okay. All right. Do we have any members of the public or any comments on this at all? All right. We have a motion and a second to approve the staff recommendation, city attorney recommendation. On this waiver of 6 of the 8 items with 2 remaining in place.
Councilmember Park,
All right.
please cast your
Please
vote.
register your vote.
I guess yes.
And that passes 6-0, 1 absent. Thank you. All right, now we're going to move backwards in time to the consent calendar items that were pulled, and they were pulled by Councilmember Watanabe. We have 6D, 1 and 2. We'll start with that. 6D, 1 and 2. So they're Stadium Authority items. First, 6D1, request from the stadium manager to authorize service award purchases for annual employee recognition event, the Jim Wyatt Award Ceremony. And then 2, is that part of 1? 2, report from the Stadium Authority for action on stadium manager's request to authorize service award purchases for annual employee recognition event, the Jim Wyatt Awards Ceremony. Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Chair, I should say. We're back in Stadium Authority. Yes, I pulled the 2 items, but to start with, This jumped out at me because in the time that I've been on the council, I do not recall there ever being any recognition event, employee recognition event as specifically the Jim Wyatt Award ceremony. And I read the paperwork and the memorandum that was prepared by staff, and I saw where even Ruth Scsa and Christine Jung had questions about this request as well. And so I don't know if any of our staff could respond to my query, but because this involves the stadium manager's request, and these are not city employees that are being recognized. I mean, when we recognize our city employees, we take care of our city employees. We don't ask other people to provide items or authorize purchases from other people to pay for, recognizing the city employees. So I just don't understand this. Like I said, in the time that I've been here, I've never seen this come forward, and so I have a lot of questions about it.
Stadium Executive Director.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I guess you are director? No.
What
a member?
Authority
board
member.
Yes.
Authority member. Watanabe.
We should have it like in the front so you can
Yeah.
whatever. I don't even know what I am.
So, I don't know the history of this Wyatt Award. However, in this case, I mean, like any other thing, staff does question a lot of, items, and we want to make sure they are appropriately, the expenditures are appropriate. So that's where the questions came from when you mentioned Ruth Scsa and Christine Jung. But this is an award for part-time employees. They are called playmakers. That's what they call them. And that's for the entire stadium, for all events, not just NFL, this non-NFL as well. So they are kind of our extended employees as well. So this is a recognition event, and it'll be a shared cost with 49ers. And so total adds up to about $20,000, and these are small tokens of appreciation that they give to these employees just for morale and everything. And I appreciate your question, but I don't know the history, what it was before. But in this case, we wanted to make sure that, we wanted to know what the expenditure is for, because we'll be sharing into that.
Right, and to your point, I mean, I understand, and employees should be recognized. However, in this case, I still have a question, because over the last 2 years, there have not been any events at the stadium except the NFL football games. So why is the city still being asked to, recognize part-time employees when the city has not? There have been no non-NFL events at the stadium.
Thank you. I had the same concern. It's about $20,000, you said, for this?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we stopped our own employee recognition events because of the budget and everything else. Again, this is public money, this is Stadium Authority money, and the only events that have taken place are NFL events, football games. So if they want to honor their workers for football games, I think that's fine, go ahead, but not on the public dime. I mean, this is nothing we've ever had since the opening of the stadium. So this is not the time when we're not making any money in the Stadium Authority. This just puts us further in debt. And if we're trying to recover with events, this is not the way to do it. So I'm not supporting this at all. Anyone else? Councilmember Watanabe, do you have a motion?
My motion would be to not approve the request.
I'll second it.
Thank you.
Authority Member Jane?
My question is, these employees, where do their salaries come from? Do they come from Stadco? Do they come from Manco? Or do they come from SCSA?
I believe they're shared, whichever event they work on, NFL versus non-NFL.
Correct. So in the last 2 years, say, have they been receiving any money from the Stadium Authority?
I don't know the answer to that. But I can think of, and I haven't confirmed that, my first reaction is this is a motivational thing too. It's not necessarily a recognition of the past work. It's going forward as well. These are the same employees working on both sides. And we have several events planned this year, as you know, several concerts. So these are those employees who will be working for those as well.
Okay, and then, they would have to provide invoices for all of this, and you, as the interim executive director, would have to approve those. Is that correct?
That's correct.
After reviewing the invoices?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
So is the stadium, are the 49ers putting in 20,000 too, and you're asking the stadium authority to put in 20,000?
No, 20,000 is the total expense between those gift tokens or footballs and other things, certificates. And then there's a $6,500, I believe, some kind of a food expense. But total is 20,000, and it'll be shared 10 and 10 between the two entities.
It says the amount you're asking for approval not to exceed 13,500.
But it's a shared expense.
Doesn't say that. So, anyways, I think it's an expense that is totally unnecessary.
On page 2, the last paragraph, Madam Chair, we tried to explain that it's 10,000.
So then the amount is to not exceed $10,000?
As our share.
Okay, well, the agenda
Stadium
should
Authority.
reflect what you're asking for. Again, we've never paid for this. They haven't worked on non-NFL events for at least 2 years or more. We haven't made a dime in terms of our general fund from this, but yet we're paying for their awards and recognition. I would love to do that for our own employees. So I'm still a no. Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor.
Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So yeah, okay, I'm really confused now because I see the same number of 13,500. Can you reiterate that again? You said it's $10,000 each. It's a $20,000 total. The 13,500, what is that again? Is that?
So 13,500 is them purchasing different things to give as a token of appreciation. And then 6,700 or 6,500 is another expense, like food items that they may serve.
So that's split.
So total adds up to 20,000. Stadium Authority share of that, because it's a shared expense, would be 10,000.
Okay.
And we tried to explain that. They followed a format of previous reports. We tried to clean that up a little bit this time, but it'll get better as we go forward.
Thank you. There's just no previous reports for any of this kind of activity. All right, Assistant City Stadium Authority Clerk. Do we have any public comment on this?
I have one e-comment. This is from Susan Hinton. Isn't a service award ceremony the kind of thing an employer handles? Isn't Levi Stadium the employer for Levi Stadium employees? Why would the city reward employees that are not the city's? End of comment.
Okay, thank you. So we have a motion and a second to deny this request. Please register your vote.
No.
And the motion passes 4-2 with one absent. Okay, next, Authority Member Watanabe.
Sorry. Thank you, Chair. So the next 6E 1 and 2, this has to do with, I believe it's four different conferences that The stadium manager, again, is asking for approval from the Stadium Authority to pay. And one is coming up here May 24th through the 26th in Las Vegas. There's some in Washington, D.C., and then again in Orlando. Again, I have concerns because I was, again, since you've come on board, city attorney, city manager, these expenses are coming up, and there's, you all don't have a lot of background, and so I'm going to look like the bad guy right now, but I really, I don't care, because I feel like there's intent behind this, because these events have not been brought to us before. I don't know what benefit this is going to have for the city of Santa Clara. I don't know if there is a plan here to make money for the Stadium Authority, the city. What is the return on investment? What funding sources are these monies coming from? And is this part of a marketing plan that we have asked for the 49ers to put together in the past? And when the reports that they were presenting were really not sufficient or frankly accepted by this council, and we went outside to get a marketing study done, all those recommendations were negated. And so now we have 4 different conferences coming up that are for 4 people going to Las Vegas for about $13,000 over a 3-day period. I just have a lot of concerns about these expenses and where the money is being asked to come from. Like the mayor just expressed, the Stadium Authority hasn't made any money over the last 2 years. And now you're the
More than that.
yeah, and now we're being asked to pony up money to send people to Las Vegas, Orlando, and Washington, D.C. with no backup, no support, and we're just supposed to say, okay, here, go. No, I have an issue with that, and so I don't know that we have any staff that can respond to this, and so I don't know who could give me an answer these questions and give some kind of background. But again, my reaction is to not approve these 2 items, because there's nobody here, to tell us what this is all about, what is the benefit, and just basically what it's all about.
Thank you. Authority Vice Member Jane.
Yes, I have attended, as part of NCPA, I've attended a number of conferences. The last one was in Washington, D.C., where, and I'll be giving a report about that. But 3 nights in a hotel was $1,065. An upcoming national conference in Nashville for APPA, the registration alone is $1,950. I don't know if Councilmember Watanabe is planning to attend that one, but these conference registrations can be very expensive when you add hotels and you add airfare to that. This does not seem that unreasonable for 4 people to go to conferences. And
do we have budgets for these conferences? Are we budgeting money for these?
Okay.
Excuse me, I'm speaking.
Okay.
And so the idea is that clearly, if you are going to be selling the stadium, you have to go to conferences and you have to market the stadium at various events where there are, brokers or agents for acts that are going to perform at the stadium. So I don't see that this is outrageous compared to what the city spends for council members to attend conferences all over the country. So I'm just stating that you might think it's a lot of money, but it's not a lot of money when you account for conference registrations. Thank you.
Authority Member Becker.
Thank you, Chair. So maybe the city attorney and the city manager can enlighten me and the public as to if this is a normal thing that is done. Personally, I know that this is common. I mean, it kind of think in my personal brain, it's marketing 101 and trying to get people to use your stadium. Is this a common practice among stadiums or arenas, for examples?
All right. Is there any other questions? I have comments, but if you want to answer that,
I
go
can
ahead.
attempt. I don't have experience in arenas or stadiums that you asked, but any business, whether it's private or public, we do train our people. So these are 5 conferences, Member Watanabe. And again, these are shared costs, and this is, so these are like security conferences. I think there are 2 security related. Other ones are guest services type of training. So these are 5 events. It adds up to about 60 grand. Again, it's a shared expense because these are the same employees who work on both sides. So our share would be 30,000. And in the fiscal section, we do say that the funds are sufficiently budgeted at this point.
Cool, thank you.
Okay. All I see across all this is junket. We approved a junket for them earlier. Well, the Stadium Authority Board did. I didn't vote for it, but where they were going to Las Vegas, they had money in for parties and all kinds of things, and they were supposed to get back to us and report on the success of that junket, and they never did. And I think it was maybe 2 junkets. So we're not getting any response back from when we requested that they report back to us. I don't expect that they'll give us any response back on these 5. The reality is we have 0 revenues for the last, I think, almost 4 years from the Stadium Authority. The only difference now is we have a new administration. Now we have 2 examples of coming in for things that they've never come in before, 5 to 7 junkets, paying for awards and recognitions for employees. I think the floodgates are open now for all of these types of activities and expenses that never took place before, never. So I fear this is just the beginning of the floodgates, and every time we spend all this money, public money, on these Stadium Authority items, we're further and further from making any kind of profit in the Stadium Authority, so I will not be supporting this public money for junkets. Authority Member Becker.
Thank you. So I know personally when I went on to conferences when I was a planning commissioner, I think my final bill walking out of there was $4,000, I think it was, including hotel, cost of the registration. I know one of the conferences I went to, I think in Santa Barbara, was like $1,900. I think you're pretty close. That's $1,900 some to register for that conference. So I understand how expensive it is to do some of these conferences. Same time, there's an old saying that you need to spend money to make money, especially if you haven't made any money in the last 2 years. And again, I kind of want to know from staff's opinion that if this is use of public money and use of public tax dollars, because again, these are things that we're trying to accomplish in making our stadium a successful environment. But it's really hard when you have the political narratives that are spun because it basically they think that a certain majority on this council is owned by a certain franchise, which is not the fact. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, is this a use of public funds? And secondly, if we do move forward with this, and as the mayor was saying that we don't have any of those reports from the prior ones, didn't we just approve something with they went to the LA stadium, Sophie Stadium? I thought that was something we also approved recently too. So I would want a full report. I want full reports on this from the franchise, providing us the information and hold them to it. Because I still don't know why we didn't get reports from before, unless we did and we just haven't seen them. But we got to get rid of this toxic environment around our stadium. We have to make this successful environment. And we're doing that because we're starting to get concerts again, but we still need people out there to promote our stadium and to make those connections, because it's all about connections, resourcing, and networking. And that's 100% marketing 101. So I totally understand the concerns about what the money is being spent on, but again, you need to spend money to make money. So again, my question is, if staff can elaborate, is this going to be a use of public funds that I feel is kind of some kind of narrative?
Mayor and council, as to the legal issue of whether this is a use of public funds, yes, it is a use of public funds. But is it a gift of public funds, which is the issue that really crosses the legal line? You have an outstanding agreement, and you're all familiar with the Stadium Authority commitments over a number of years, 40 years, to operate and conduct the stadium. You've now hired the Manco entity to undertake that operation for you. It would not be deemed a gift of public funds if the council majority found that there is a reasonable need as part of that operation to train people, to undertake reasonable expenses related to travel, conferences, those types of things. If council made those findings that that's necessary for the operation to carry out the obligations that have been undertaken as the Stadium Authority, it would not constitute a gift of public funds.
Thank you for elaborating that, because that is something that we often have to defend ourselves on, that is being deemed as a gift of public funds, which it's not. It's using the public funds, but it's not a gift of those public funds, because as I was saying, you got to spend money to make money, and there's also the operations. This also goes back to signage too. So thank you for clarifying that, and thank you for putting that on the public record, so it is on the public record.
And thank you. We are spending money. We're not making any money, though. Yes, that's the problem. Authority Member Park.
Yes, thank you. I hear the comment about not making any money because we don't have events, but I think that with the rent and with everything, we're still paying down our debts. I want to make a clarification on the events that are being requested. They are Innovative Institute for Fan Experience Conference in Las Vegas, the Infocom Conference in Las Vegas, the National Center for Spectator Sports Safety and Security Conference in Orlando, the National Center for Spectator Sports Safety and Security Forum, National Football League Guest Services and Facility Operations Workshop and Security Conference. I just came back from a conference myself. One of the topics was, how do we work in an engineering environment after COVID? I think that the last couple of years where we've had no events actually have changed events probably permanently. And for us, or for people who are operating a stadium, not to be apprised or not to go to training to learn about what changes could be, what innovations there are in a changed world, I don't think that's the best way to go. Again, I just returned from a conference where we had to learn basic things, or we got lots of opinions about basic things because the operational process as we knew it is no longer valid. I also look at the report, and the reports say that they will cover, amongst other things, registration fees, travel costs, not including any potential alcohol expenses, and authorize the executive director to approve and process the reimbursement of such costs upon receiving final invoices and supporting documentation from the stadium manager. And this is repeated throughout each of the requests. And I think at this point, to state that we're not going to receive any training to manage events coming forward in the future, based on any of the learnings that anyone's had during the time of COVID or in general, even if we didn't have COVID, I don't know that that's realistic. If you're telling me that we've never had these kinds of requests before, they've never gone to these types of forums or these kinds of workshops and conferences, I would find that even more surprising. Again, I do feel that for operations, especially when operations are for big events, in this case, these big events are social events that require security, that require guest services. I would think that not going to conferences would be detrimental, more detrimental.
All right, does anyone have a motion?
That's the end of my comment.
Does anyone have a motion? Go ahead, Authority Member Becker.
I'd like to make a motion to approve staff's recommendation, items 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Second.
Motion and a second to approve the recommendation for 5 conferences, and there is a second. Any other comments, discussion?
Yes, I think some of our staff should be invited to attend these conferences as well, especially if we're going to be paying for them. Thank you.
I don't think they're invited. All right. Assistant Stadium Authority Clerk, roll call vote, please. I mean, register. Register your vote, please.
Board Member Park?
Yes.
And that passes 4-2 with 1 absent. All right. Next, we have reports of members and special committees. Do we have any reports of members and special committees? Councilmember Becker.
Thank you, Mayor. So first off, I would like to start off with the trip that I took on April 26th. I will not get into the full discussion about the Loyalton property because we have that coming in the future. But I do want to say first that on our trip that we left at the bright early hour of 6 a.m., I want to say that I really appreciate our 2 employees that took us on that trip, Mr. Alan Katori and Joseph Brazzoni. They drove us up there. I mean, I got to say they were really safe drivers. And they were very professional about everything. They gave us detailed tours. And I got to say, they provided us with a lot of laughs too. So we have some really stellar employees here at the city of Santa Clara. I got to say, this was the closest thing to a vacation I've had in a little while. So I really appreciate that. And, you know, one thing I noticed is that we beat the snow, because if you look at what's going on up there right now, it's pretty snowy. So grateful we beat that snow. And I got to say, the best part of the whole trip was coming home when we all had ice cream. That was the best part. I love that ice cream. So thank you again to Alan and Joseph for a very safe trip, very enlightening trip, and great conversations we had, as well as some great laughs. So thank you again for that very fun, awesome road trip. My second thing was, as I was going to say it during the very beginning about, you know, National Public Works Week, my hand was up and I guess it went down. I don't know what happened, but I didn't want to interrupt into the future. So I want to say, for National Public Works Week, I want to say thank you to our city employees that, you know, we honor your vital contributions. We also honor all public work professionals who make daily make daily commitments to our communities across the nation and right here in the city of Santa Clara. They improve our quality of life. So for this week and always, let's celebrate their dedication, their resiliency, and their service to our communities. So thank you to our stellar Santa Clara Public Works employees. You are all truly superheroes. So thank you again.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to just talk briefly about my trip to Washington and attending the Northern California Power Agency and Federal Legislative Conference that Vice Mayor Jane mentioned earlier. I don't have a formal report, but just to express my thanks to Silicon Valley Power for providing me the opportunity to be able to attend. And also, it was just such a wonderful opportunity to be there, and along with other representatives from other cities that are also part of NCPA, advocating on behalf of NCPA and our cities with our federal legislators. We met with Congressman Ro Khanna, Congressman Anna Eshu's office. We had a sit-down meeting with Senator Dianne Feinstein, and also briefly with Senator Alex Padilla. And it was just really just a wonderful opportunity to be able to, again, advocate, lobby on behalf of our cities, and talk about, specific needs, and also certain needs that we address with Congressman Khanna that our city is in need of, and hoping that we can get funding for. It was just nice to see that process at that level, of how, how we can represent our cities and just show our best light, and not just from this level. At this level we can only do so much, but then when you have that opportunity to go to the Hill and talk to these people that make they make the laws of the land, and it was just really an honor to be able to sit before them and talk about these things. And so I could say a whole lot more, but really it was just a wonderful opportunity to be able to advocate on behalf of the city of Santa Clara with our legislators. So thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Jane.
Yes, as Councilmember Watanabe said, I too attended the NCPA Federal Policy Conference, April 3rd to the 6th. The speakers included FERC Commissioner Allison Clements, U.S. Forest Service Chief Randy Moore, North American Reliability Corporation President and CEO Jim Robb, U.S. Department of Energy Acting Secretary of the Office of Electricity Patricia Hoffman, U.S. Bureau of Reclamation's Assistant Deputy Commissioner of Operations, Matt Mauceri. And then on Tuesday, April 5th and Wednesday, April 6th, I was part of delegations that met with Senators Dianne Feinstein and Alex Padilla and Congressman Ro Khanna. Our main asks during the conference were one of the hydrogen hubs proposed by the bipartisan infrastructure bill be located in Lodi, where NCPA already has a gas turbine that is capable of running on a mixture of hydrogen and methane. Another ask was to get permission from the U.S. Forest Service to put debris that is silting our reservoirs at a rate 12 times greater than expected back on Forest Service land. And the third ask was to allow public utilities to get the same 30% credit for renewable projects that for-profit projects get. That's to level the playing field. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. I too went to Loyalton property. Obviously, when we do handle that and that's on the agenda, we did take some pictures. I wanted to know who we should turn those into. If we'll turn that into the city clerk. I'll get that to you. Thank you.
Is that it? Okay. All right. City Manager, Executive Director report?
No reports, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All right. That leads us to our adjournment. Councilmember Watanabe, you have the first one.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, the first adjournment is in memory of Anna M. Talia, who was a Santa Clara resident. She was born on November 5th, 1933, to Clara and Joseph Ferrara. Anna attended St. Leo's Elementary School and graduated from Santa Clara High School in 1951. Anna married John Talia on April 26, 1953. They were married for 61 plus years until her husband's death on April 6, 2015. Anna had 6 children: Mitch, Mark, Michael, John, Mary, and Joanne. Anna was blessed with 13 grandchildren who were her greatest source of happiness. Anna was an incredible cook and baker. It was well known that if you had dinner at the Talias, you were definitely eating well. Anna was an original matriarch of the Mariposa Gardens neighborhood of Santa Clara. Anna was a dedicated member of the St. Justin's Parish community for over 67 years. Anna Talia passed away on April 14th, 2022, leaving behind a wonderful legacy of family, friends, faith, and love.
Thank you. I'd like to also ask the council to adjourn in memory of Linda Darnell Nobile, Santa Clara resident. Linda Nobile was born on May 5th, 1953 to Lois and Homer Webb. In life, Linda was known as a steadfast caretaker, lovingly caring for her elderly parents. Her lifelong dream was to simply be Grandma Linda. Linda's friends have fond memories of their conversations over time, remembering her as a real spitfire and an incredibly special person. Linda passed away on April 2nd, 2022. She's survived by her loving husband, George, of 38 years, her children, Jennifer Nelson, Anthony Nobile, and Angela Holm, and her 6 grandchildren. Linda Nobile was truly loved by all she touched in life and will be deeply missed. Councilmember Hardy, you have the third one.
Yes, I'd like the council to adjourn in the memory of Patricia, Pat to all her friends, Giroux, former president of Milliken Elementary School PTA. She was born in Caspell, Montana, the 6th of 8 children, on March 17th, 1925. She graduated from Flathead County High School in 1943, earned her bachelor's degree in business administration from the University of Montana in 1947, and worked as a rural school teacher in Runyard, Montana. She married Pat Giroux in 1953, and in 1955, they purchased a home on Harrison Street here in Santa Clara, where they raised their family. They're blessed with 4 sons and a daughter. The family is very active in the Santa Clara community and in their church. Pat was always willing to serve by playing piano for church services. During her service for church and community, she made many close friends that she kept in touch with the rest of her life. She would go on to serve as the treasurer and then president of Milliken Elementary School PTA, and she later worked part-time for the school district. In 1985, Pat became working full-time as an executive secretary for J.P. Livingston's industrial real estate company, from which she retired. After the passing of her husband in 1989, Pat was able to travel to visit family both in the U.S. and overseas, and later served a full-time church mission for 18 months in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Pat passed away peacefully on April 30th, 2022, at the age of 97. She was preceded in death by her husband, Donald, and her 7 siblings. She's survived by her 5 loving children, 15 grandchildren, and 9 great-grandchildren. Pat will be interred here in Santa Clara in the Memorial Cemetery, where she will once again be next to her dear husband, Don. Sorry. She's a good friend. Pat will be deeply missed by those who knew her. Thank you.
All right, may I please have a motion to adjourn in all of their memories?
All motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. Assistant City Clerk? Please register your vote.
Councilmember
Yes.
Park.
And that passes unanimously with one absent. Thank you very much. This meeting is adjourned.